Good morning, everyone. Hello. Happy Wednesday, guys. Just give me one more minute. I'm getting TikTok launched, and then we will begin. Hope everyone had a wonderful day yesterday. Hope everyone who were affected by the storms were safe, having a great summer and or winter, depending upon where you are in the world. Let's see. We are going to click on that. You guys can't see it, but I'm trying to get TikTok launched. We're getting there, guys. Wait, hold on. It's not registering. 1 second. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and grab this. Okay. Oh my goodness. I know how to spell. I know how to spell. Do I? All right, that all looks good. All right, we're going to be going live. Yay! And look at that. We're on time as well. I love it when it works out like that. Okay, guys. So, 1 second. Let me clear my throat. It's that morning. I haven't talked all morning, so like my throat is like, what are you doing? My voice box is like, what are you doing? Today is a exciting day. At least for me, I feel like it's an exciting day. We are going to be focusing today on building props and interior how-tos. I figured since we've been in Tiny Glade for a little over 3 months now, and we have been focusing on all different sorts of like building. We started with structure builds and we slowly started moving towards interior building. That along the way, I have been asked a lot about how do I make my props and inspiration on how to make the props. And so I thought, what better way than it was to create a video or a few episodes rather, where we go over prop building and we just focus on making different types of props. And then we kind of go over what we can do in terms of beginning an interior build. For those of you that are interested in interior building, now this is before the update. We are getting an update in September on the game itself, where we will be getting a few new items. One of them is a clutter menu, and with that is custom clutter. So I don't know going forward what all we're going to get in terms of props and or clutter items, but I always think it's good to know like how to create different props and things like that for your tiny glades, just in case we don't get them yet, you know? So I decided I was going to start a new glade. We're in the summer glade. I already chose the glade. So we're in the summer glade, and look how cute this is. This is what popped up, and this gave me inspiration for another build. We're not going to use this today, but this gave me inspiration. Like, this is the cutest little thing. It's like this little, it's like a little pond, but it's like a pool, more like a pool. I don't know. I thought it was really cute. But anyways, we're going to go back to daylight because sadly we are going to be clearing out the glade, or at least a good portion of the glade. So we're going to delete all of this, and then we're going to remove the water as well. And the flowers. And we're also going to be removing trees. Since we're already up here, let's go ahead and just start in this corner. So with every time that I build, I always try to come up with new props, new ideas. So today we're going to go over some of the things that we've already built. So you might have seen it before if you were around for those lives and or watch the VODs. But I figured for those of you that are new and are interested in doing more detail building and or interior building, we're going to be going over all of the things that I have learned along the way and show you how each of those things are built. So the first thing that we're going to do is we got to pick like a theme, right? I have to go by theme. So when I think of interior building, let's start with the basics. So I'm always going to say the easiest way to start an interior build is to start with just the foundation, whether it's a square foundation or a circle foundation, it doesn't matter. But what I always suggest is that you always want to go with the grid. Go with the grid floor first. Hello, Robin. Welcome in. How are you doing, friend? You feel welcomed? Well, I would hope so. Okay, so as I was mentioning before, whenever you start an interior build, you always want to start with the foundation. Okay, and I always change the flooring to the grid. The grid is going to be your best friend because this is going to allow you to create a floor plan. It's going to allow you to, you're roasting. Oh, it's hot over there. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I feel very energized today. I feel very good today. And my house is cool, so I'm not being affected by the outside heat. So this is going to be your best friend. It's going to be where you are going to use the squares as not only figuring out your floor plan, but also where you're going to place your props. And a good rule of thumb is when you are in walking mode, so when you go into walk mode like this, right? You want to make sure that there is at least one square in between whatever it is that you build. Now, I prefer 1.5 to 2 because then that gives you like a good visual of the camera view. When you're walking, it doesn't feel overly claustrophobic. And what I mean by that is we'll go ahead and we'll do a visual. So we're just going to build some walls, right? So this is 1 square. We're going to build another wall to 1.5. And then I'm going to show you just the difference between what each of these look. Now, when you are doing interior builds, you have to be mindful that what we're going to do is we're going to do the last one over here. You have to be mindful of the fact, whatever you're building, you're going to have to make it large. It's just the way it is. If you want to walk it, that is. If you don't want to walk it, it doesn't matter. But if you want the camera perspective where you're walking as a person, you definitely want to make sure that there's enough space so you can see everything that you've built and it doesn't feel super close knit together. 4 walls and a roof. Yep. You're on a boat. Let's see if it will let me up here. No, it doesn't. I need to put a stair. Actually, I'll just lower this. You're on a boat. Okay. Now it should. So this is a single width. It's not going to let me through this side because it's curved. Hold on. It's because, hello. Hello. I need to get rid of this little bit right here. You got to make sure it lets you through. Great demonstration. Hello. Guys, I know what I'm doing. All right, let's bring this out just a little bit. That is surely 1 square. Yeah, that's 1 square. There we go. Nice. I don't know why it won't let me in here. Why? Anyways, this is 1.5. So as you can see, why is it doing that? Is it the terrain? What is going on? What is going on here? You despise the boat? Right? Yeah, Robin, you've seen me do this before. Usually it works. I don't know what is going on. Let me pull this forward. It is being something today, that's for sure. Like, Tiny Glade, don't fight with me today. I'm going to be throwing hands. I'm going to put this one here. I don't know if it's because, like, my walls are, like, crooked. Maybe that's the issue. I'm gonna put this one right here. I'm trying to do a demonstration, Tiny Glade, and kind of ruining it for me. No, I'm kidding. Let me put this one here. Ignore the name. Yeah, what is up with that? There we go. Now it will let me. I don't know what was going on before. So this is going to be a single square, which is possible. But if you're having like an open concept, this is fine. One square is perfectly fine. But if you're doing like hallways and different things like that, where you're going in and out of the rooms, it could be a little bit close because you're not going to be able to put any props in this hallway at all. Because whatever you build, you're not going to be able to walk around. However, if it's open concept, you're fine. Now, this is 1.5 square. 1.5 square is a little bit more space. You can get away with like a painting. You can also get away with like a small, skinny console table. However, you're not going to be able to put a chair in here or anything like that unless you put it at the very end. Like say like this is the end of the wall and then there's like a window there. And that's all you're like walking up to. Now, this is 2 squares. A lot more space. In 2 squares, you could put a chair in here. You could put a table in here. You could put paintings in here. Because as long as you have that single square space to walk around it, you are good. All you can say is beauty, honey, and Joe Dirt. Fair enough. Hello, Waffle. Waffle is throwing hands with Tiny Glade over there, over on the purple app. Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? I need that for demonstration in case anyone asks later. Okay, so this is our foundation. Basically, 101 in interior building. You're going to build your foundation, whether it's a square or a circle. You're going to switch it over to the grid, and then you're going to use this as a grid to plant your floor plan, your walls. So when you're done with that, say for instance we build another one, we'll go real small on this one. Change the wood over here. We will get to prop making here in just a moment. We got to do the basics first. Let's just say you have a wall. Let's say this is your floor plan, right? You put your stairs here. Oh my goodness. You put your stairs here. Boom. Stairs. It's going to be real simple. You're going to have a wall. Let's say this is the beginning of a, I don't even know. It's really small. Let's say this is the beginning of a entryway. So let's just build this here. Let's pretend that's an entryway. Let's put some padding underneath because this is what's going to create your doorways. So boom, we have our archway right there. So there's your archway. Now you always have to make sure that the archway is going to be walking height. A good way to do that is to grab another foundation. Grab another foundation. And what you're going to do is you're going to bring it up to the same level as what you have your foundation at. And then you're just going to plop a door on it. You're going to plop a door on it. This is going to give you the height that you need for ceiling. And then that way you don't make it overly tall. Because whatever is height ceiling or door, rather. I can't talk today, guys. What the heck? I can't talk. Because whatever is door height, you should be able to walk under. So as you can see, our archway is as tall as the door, a little bit taller. Just do sign language. Yeah, just do sign language at this point. So when you're in walk mode, you now can walk underneath that. Boom. So I'm going to throw this off to the side. When you're done building your room out, that's when you go back with the wall tool and you're going to start enclosing your structure. You're just going to trace it just like this. If you don't want them to auto connect, just hold, just hold control, which I did not do. So they connected like that. But basically, this is what you're going to do. You're going to create the enclosure. You're going to add a little bit more pathway where the stairs are because you need to be able to get into the building as well. Which that creates that. Don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me. All right, so here's that doorway. Gonna bring that up. So now you have the front entry, a little room into another room. So this is basically how you're gonna create those interiors that you can walk through. Okay, cool. Where are we headed? A walk where? You're on a boat. A walk around the boat? And then, of course, the last step that you would do is the roofing. So we'll just create the roof. You just get a square foundation. Try to make it relatively the same size as what you just built. You're going to bring it down. And now you have a roof. So now, when you walk, it's a fully enclosed building. Okay. We're walking to get food. Oh, so you're docked. Ooh, what are you going to eat? Do you know yet? Do you know what you're going to eat yet? Okay, so. All right. In prop building, you're going to be using the pathing tool a lot. So let's go ahead and start making some of the props that I have been using in some of my other builds. I'm going to make a nice big square. You're going to be using the fencing tool a lot as well. So the first thing we're going to do is let's do some chairs. Let's make some chairs. So using the fencing tool, you're just going to plop some fence down. And the best way that I like to do this is, let me grab this foundation, is I like to spawn a prop by adding a window to a normal foundation just like this. I'm going to grab this prop, bring it over here, and I'm going to grab the chair because I want to scale it to the same sitting height as what we get with the chairs. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, bring it down, and we want to make it the same sit height as the bench, which it is currently. Now what we're going to do is there's two different ways that you can make a chair out of the fencing. You can do square chairs, kind of like your big recliner chairs, or you can do kind of more of a rounded side chair. So we'll do both. I'm going to go ahead and change the color. Let's do it in pink. Let's do these chairs in pink. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and I'm going to start cutting these pieces down. Now, the bigger the chair you make, the more fencing you're going to need. So just be mindful of that. The first chair that we're going to do is the rounded chair that you typically see in my builds. And all that is you just start making a circle. And like I said, the bigger that you make the length, the bigger the chair. So the more of the, whatchamacallit, fencing posts you would need. You were mine in another stream, so I'm just gonna say toodles to them and I'll be back. Okay. This is also how we do rounded tables. So the base of this chair is also how we would do the rounded tables. And we'll get to tables here in a little bit. We're going to start with the chairs. We'll do some beds and then we will work our way over to tables and things like that. So this is the beginning. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this one out because we're going to need more fencing for the backs of the chair. So let's put this one back. And then we're just going to adjust it so that way it makes a nice closed circle. So now we're just going to adjust these. Something like that. So that's the base of our chair. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do the backing of our chair. We're going to raise it up. Now, I like to use this as reference. So we're going to bring this down to about right there. That's nice. Bring it over. And we're going to start cutting it. I believe I usually do 4 of these. And all we're going to do is we're just going to shape this around that circle. We're going to shape it. Yeah, 4 should be fine. There's the back of our chair. Now we just have to do the armrests. So you're going to grab your fencing tool again. I'm going to cut this again because we're going to do another style here in just a second. And we're going to add the arms. I'm going to bring these down. And you're going to have them angled out just slightly. Just like that. It's not going to be perfect because the terrain isn't super flat. So you just have to understand that, like, usually when you're using the fencing tool to make your props, they could look a little lopsided, a little wonky, but that's what gives it character. So we don't mind. But anyways, this is our first little chair. And this is how you make the rounded chairs. It's just using the fencing tool and just cutting it up to a bunch of different pieces and then shaping it into that shape. The next type of chair that you can do, and there's a few, this is the square chair. The square chair is a little bit easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this one real quick. We're going to cut it just so I don't have to scale it back down to size again. I'm going to put this back. Welcome back. So for the square, all we're going to do is we're just going to layer these. I'm going to move this away for just a second. I'm going to bring this one over. I like to go 3 deep on this one. Hold on. It's just easier if I do it like this. Just line it up the best that you can. Just like that. Same thing, we're going to create the back. So we're going to bring this over. And then we're going to create the arms. I'm going to bring it up just a little bit. Just like that. And then I'm going to cut it so the other one matches on the other side. So I'm going to bring this one over here like this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to close off the front here. And to do that, you're just going to grab another one of these. You're going to lower it down. And you're just going to sink it in. Now, I want to make sure that I can go as low as possible because we don't want it clipping into the chair itself. And so this is how you now do a recliner chair. I was so distressed without you. Hello, good morning, Puka. I am feeling great today. We are building props. We are doing prop building and interior 101 in Tiny Glade. I do a lot of interior builds in the game, and over the past little over 3 months, I always get asked how I make things. So I thought, what better way is it to do an episode or a few episodes of all the different props that you can do in Tiny Glade for those of you that are playing it or interested in playing it. I just thought it'd be cool. Do like a little tutorial day. We'll just doodle, have fun. We're not going to build any like new structures or floor plans or anything like that. We're just going to make props. Thank you. Thank you. We're just going to see how far we get today. And we're going to continue adding on to it. I feel like we can fill out this whole glade with just props in the future. Although, guys, I had an idea of a new Tiny Glade that I'll be doing in the future, depending upon what my schedule looks like next week, because I got called for jury duty, so I don't know if I'm needed yet. But if not, next week I want to start a new build, and the new build, the theme is the Wizard of Oz. I saw somebody post their build, and they had a hot air balloon prop, and it gave me inspiration to be like, you know what? I've never truly did a castle before, and I've been asked to do a castle many of times, and I'm like, you know what? I think that's the castle that I could probably do. It's whimsical, and like I think I could pull it off. And I'm gonna put the added challenge to it by having some interior to it as well. So I'm thinking we're gonna do the Emerald City Castle, we're gonna do the Yellow Brick Road, we're gonna use the hot air balloon inspiration. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. All right, so these are what the games gives us as well. So you have this seating too. If you're not in the mood to like create your own prop and you don't mind having just like the benches act as your seating, that's perfectly fine. I use the bench a lot when I am doing like tables and things like that. And then so you have a chair, you have a bench, you have a bench that has some fruit on it. So you have those options as well. But we can also do chairs with the stair tool. So it doesn't always have to be with the fencing tool. The stair tool is a little bit easier because you can create. Let's go ahead and try to get the height on this. So let's bring this up a little bit. Just like that. You can create couches and you can create chairs with the stair tool. So what I like to do is I like to do patio furniture. I'm going to try to bring this down just a little bit. There we go. I like to create patio furniture. Now, with the stair tool, you can create the base using this. You can also use the stair tool for couches as well. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But to make the cushions, you can use the stair tool. So here's one cushion. You can change the color. Let's say you want pink cushions. You just inlay it just like this. And you're going to do the same thing. I'm going to make it just slightly smaller. Try to separate it a little bit. I'm going to make this a little bit longer just so that way I can bring this back to its original. I'm going to widen this just a tad bit. Once you're happy, you can go ahead and that is what it looks like. So now you have like the base seat cushions on your like bench. To get the backing, you can use the wall tool. You can also use the stair tool for that as well. So we'll just make this all out of stairs actually. And what I like to do is I like to add the tall wall on it, the railing rather. Gonna make it real skinny just like this, and then we're gonna bring it over. Bring it down. I'm gonna change the color so that way it's the same as the rest of the chair. There you are. And then the same thing is you can create the armrest doing the same thing. Hold on, I messed that up. Need to go a little bit further out. So having that tall railing, you're just going to condense this down real skinny. You're going to bring it over. And you're just going to layer it into your little thing right there. So now that looks like the armrest. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. This is probably the fastest and easiest way to make a couch or a chair, because you don't have to worry too much about the terrain. The terrain can be as uneven, and the stairs will help you a lot because it will allow you to straighten out the structure without worrying about what's going on underneath it. So let's bring this up just a little bit. And there you have it. You have a couch and or a patio furniture. Now, I like to add like pillows, right? So to do that, same thing. We're going to color it pink. Not delete it. We're going to bring this over. And we're just going to place it just inside. I'm going to match it up. You want to make sure it's not clipping on the back end. And then we're going to do the same thing. Oops. Flatten it. Bring it over. sink it down. You just want to clip it in. Just like that. It's not going to be perfect, but now it looks like you have back cushions as well as seat cushions, and it looks more and more like a couch. Another way that you can do seating outside the stair tool is using the wall tool. So we can do the same thing using the wall tool. Now with the wall tool, you got to get rid of the pathing. So that's what we're going to do. Wherever you're going to build it, you just got to make sure you get rid of the pathing. Because otherwise, it's going to put supports on like it did just there. And you're going to get arches and things like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this so that way we can get like a really, really crisp line. We're going to change the color. And we're going to go yellow on this one just so we can see the contrast. Okay, we need to remove a little bit more of the pathing. Let's just do a nice little square. Now, this is also going to be built below your foundation. And what I mean by that is like whenever you do interior building, your foundation is going to be slightly above. So usually I have it go maybe yay high. Now, the wall tool only snaps to the ground. That's it. It doesn't snap to anything else but the ground. So when you're using the wall tool, you have to be mindful of all the supports because you can't get rid of them. Now you can add pathway to make arches and stuff like that, which gives you less of the wall. But if you're building like a prop, like a couch, you're going to need just regular grass. You can't put the pathing down because otherwise it's not going to do what you want. What it's going to do is it's going to create this post right here. And this isn't always going to be covered by your floor unless you raise this up super, super tall to cover it. Usually I don't mind it if it looks like this, if I'm doing like a second story, but like for the main floor, I typically just don't use any pathing underneath it. I did not want to cut that, but that's okay. So when I'm using the wall tool, and I've done this before in the ranch build. The ranch build was a full house that we did, and we made a ton of props in there. And we used the wall tool to create the sectional that we had. And I can show you guys here in just a moment. And I used one of the spawned props that we have here in game as the pillows, as well as the wall tool to do the back pillows of the whatchamacallit. You can also make pillows out of fencing tool. So another way that you can do using these style chairs is you can create just a single post. Let's cut this in half. We're going to color this to be, let's go with the plain old white for contrast. You just want to bring it in. And then you're just going to bring it down. Just like that. And there you go. You have like a little pillow. And then for this one, you can do the same thing. Place it here instead. And then bring it down. And you have a pillow right there for that chair. Same thing, you can use the fencing tool over here as well and do corner pillows. So if you wanted to continue on with the pillows. You can add like one right here. And then you can add another one on the other side. You can go as detailed as you want. Let's bring this up just a little bit. So then there's that pillow right there. Let's bring it down. There we go. Nice. So using the wall tool, same thing. We can make the backing of the chair. Bring this down just like that. So now we have the back. You can also, if you're thinking about patio, you can also add windows to make it look like almost like wicker furniture. All right, I'm gonna bring this over. Space these out a little bit more even. So now you have the backing looking like this. You can use the same wall tool to make the armrests. You just bring it down and you just play with it until you like where it's at. So here we are. So this is kind of like a different type of detail as to how you can do that. And then if you want to go a step further, you can use the wall tool to create cushions, or you can also use the fencing tool. So the fencing tool, again, is going to be a little bit wonky because usually you need to have the pathing underneath it. However, if you don't mind doing like a second story couch and like a second story build, you can use the fencing tool as a way to make cushions. And basically what you'll do is kind of the same theory as what we did over here. You would just use 3 little posts and you'll just basically inlay them into here. I'm not going to do it with this one just because I don't have any pathing underneath. And if I do add any, it's going to completely alter this couch. Now, in our other build, I can show you with the wall tool. It was in our ranch, how to do a sectional, which we did. Let me go into walk mode. So this is our sectional, and we did the same thing as we did over there. We just added 3 layers and 3 layers. And then we did the backing and then the sides. And then what we did is we used the stair tool to create the back pillows. And then we used a prop to do the lumbar pillows. So going back. This is how we did it. We're going to remove more of the padding. Go back to our wall tool. We're going to change this to, let's go with the lighter. It's about the same height. I'm going to cut this down. Bring this out. And this is all that we did. We just lined it up. And created an L shape. And we went 3 deep on each section. So in this section. I need to remove some more of the pathway. And you can see that the terrain has like a hill to it. So it's changing the different heights of our couch that we are working on. So now we're going to cut this piece. And we're going to start shaping it. Let's bring this down. Let's bring that down. All right, I need to bring this up actually. Let's try to match this height because of the hill. Usually when, like I said, you're doing this on the foundation, you're not going to get the grass in the way. So you don't have to worry about the grass clipping when you're actually going to build these in your actual interiors. So this is essentially the shape of it. And then all we did was we used the roll tool to create the backing like we did. To go all the way around. And then we brought it down. Just like that. Same thing as we did on this couch. We used the wall tool to create the armrests. You can also use the wall tool to make the pillows as well. You don't have to use the stair tool if you want to stick with just the wall tool for the whole entire build. You can. So there's that one. I'm going to go ahead and just cut this one so it's the same height. Let's bring that out. Bring that down a little bit. And there we are. So then now to do the pillows, I'm just going to use the wall tool again. And we're going to change the color. Let's go ahead and make it yellow. And we're just going to probably go yay high. So there's one pillow. We're going to do the same thing. Maybe do a corner pillow right here. Bring it down. And then we'll do another one over here on this end. Just like that. And then what I did with that other couch is I actually used a prop. So the way that I did that is I just used the stair tool. We're going to change this back to the flat. And I deleted the support to create a floating shelf. Then all I did was condense it down, make it real small to a single block. Then I grabbed myself a prop, which was, I believe it was over here. You see how it's like a box of pillows? We're looking for the one that's just pillows. There it is. So we're looking for this prop. Oh my goodness. Come back here. I hit the wrong button, guys. I place that down. And all I did with this is I just sunk it in to where the only thing that was showing was that pillow. So this is essentially all I did was I sunk it down. So only the front. There we go. So only the front of that pillow was showing. To give it kind of like a lumbar support. And I just did that with all of them. So again, you just create your stair. You lift it up. Make sure it's the flat base. You delete the support. Using the hammer tool, you condense it down to a single block. And then all you do is you grab your prop with the pillows. You place it on here. I'm going to rotate this. And then you just sink it in. Now, depending upon how the terrain is, will depend on how like high up you can go. So typically, because this terrain is not super even, I'm still going to see some of it clipping through, but that's okay. It's all right. Your phone died? But hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. So we just sink it in just like that. And it's not a great pillow, but it's enough of a pillow that it just gives you something different. It just adds a little pop of color and it gives a little bit of a different texture. And that is why I like using those. And they're kind of like those little lumbar pillows that you use for your lower back. Speaking of chairs, guys, we can also create bar stools. If you're looking for something a little bit different, we can use the prop here. And I have used this prop. Let's go ahead and bring this over. I'm going to build it right here, actually, is what we're going to do. We're going to build it right next to the chair. And we're going to be using the fencing tool as well. So let's bring that over. Let's rotate this. Now, what I like to do is I like to raise it up on a stair first. So let's go ahead and just grab our stair. Doesn't matter what it looks like because it's going to be covered anyways. You're not going to see the foundation of the stair. But we're going to bring our chair over. And we want the stair to be the same width as our chair. Let's bring it over and condense it down. Just so that way it's the same as our chair. And you can make it as tall as you want. Doesn't matter. You can make it as short as you want. I typically don't go too tall because usually when I'm using these chairs, I'm creating the barrel height. So let's pull a barrel. One of these. Doesn't matter which one. I tried to get the barrel height so that way if I was using this as a table in itself, I can bring the chair to the same height as that. So it's not by much at all. It's not by much, but it's enough that it raises it off the ground so it doesn't look too short. Because otherwise, when you bring this barrel over, you see how short the chair is compared to it. If you're thinking about you sitting in it, you're going to feel like you need a booster seat. So I like to keep it to where it's slightly what I would think is table height. All right, so this is the base of our chair. We're going to be using the fencing tool. And we're going to change the color to be the same as the chair color. There are 2 ways that you can do this. We'll do both ways. And basically, it's whether or not you want to keep the back design or if you don't want to keep the back design. But you're going to raise it up. You're going to first do this. You're going to just outline the chair itself. I'm going to bring these together and down. And you're going to enclose the back. So you can do it this way. Right? Or you can go all the way up and do a flat back. Just like this. If you'd rather have it that way. And then, same thing on the sides. You can either go just below where the seat starts and have it like here. Or you can go up like this. Hold on. And do it like that. And then add another piece. So we'll just add like a single post like this. Just like that. And so like the only thing you have is the chair itself, the bottom of it. You can do this all with fencing tool too. Like it doesn't have to necessarily be with the chair tool. If you wanted to create like this style chair for a bar stool, you totally can. But I typically like to see the... Hold on, let me see if I can grab onto it. I typically like to see the backing of the chair. I think it just adds like a fun architectural feel. So I like to do it like this. And then I also like to... Hold on, let me bring this out. Can I grab onto that one? I also like to go just below the armrest. Just below the chair. Just like that. I might push it in just slightly more. And then we do the same thing on the other side. You gave yourself a paper cut? Ouch. I feel like those are the worst, aren't they? Then, usually this is tucked in up on something. So whether it is this prop, like this, right? Or it's up against a, let's say we built a bar out, like a ledge out. You typically don't see the front, but to get rid of the front, you just do the same thing as we did with the other chairs. You just create... Let's go this way. Kind of want to do it like this. Create a little lip like this, and then you just go in and you cover it up by inlaying more fencing pieces. Probably do one more. Just a single. Just like this. Try to line it up. And there you go. There you have it. a bar stool. So, starting back from the beginning, we have ourselves our sofa chairs. We have a round one, a square one. We have base game benches and chair. We have our bar stool. We have a sectional made out of the wall tool. We also have this little patio furniture made out of the wall tool using the square windows. And we have a stair tool couch, and we use the fencing as pillows. So there's a bunch of different style seating, which is pretty cool. And I'm always coming up with like new ways, and I'm sure other people have their own ways of how they do it. There's like endless possibilities on how you can do couches and chairs and things like that. So that's just a few. Now, let's do beds. So let's go ahead. Maybe we'll go forward for that. Let's do beds over here. I like to use the bench as my headboard and baseboard. And typically, I like to go double wide. You can also do single. We'll do both. We'll do a double and a single. There are two different ways that I have done bedding. The first way is the easiest way, and that is going to be your stairs. This is great for single beds. So bringing it over here. You just bring it down. You want to widen it. And then we're going to bring it up. Just like this. And then on the other side, we're going to do the foot of the bed. Hold on. It wants to snap to the stair because typically it snaps to the chair. So we have to be very mindful of that. We just want to inlay this, center it as much as possible without it going forward up. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to take our stair and we're just going to stretch it out just like that. This is the simplest version of how to make a bed. It's super quick, super easy. Then what you can do if you want to add a little bit more than just that, you can change the color however you want. Like you can also do sections on this as well. Like if you wanted to get real detailed, you can just do this with the fence, not with the fence, but with the stairs, and you can create stripes. Or you can get real detailed and you can do squares of different color stone to make it look quilted. And I'll show you in my other builds what I mean by that. Ooh, let's bring this back. Actually, you know what? We'll just go this way. There we go. Typically, when I do a bed, I like to use the hay as the pillow. It's the only time that I actually get to use the hay outside of building like a farm. So why not? Why not use it as a pillow? You can also use the fencing tool as your pillow as well. I've also seen people use the stair tool as the pillow. But I typically like to use the hay. It's a little big. It's a little wonky. It might show on the back end, but typically when I do my beds, I do them up against the wall. So I don't really mind if the hay is clipping because you don't see it when we're in walk mode. I just place it right here, and then we're going to rotate this way. I'm going to grab onto the stair, and then we're just going to sink it in. Just like this. We're going to sink it in. And that kind of gives you like a pillow. Now it is clipping on the back end, but like I said, typically there is a wall there. So when you're building up behind it, there's typically a wall. So I'm a visual person, guys, so I gotta show the wall. So it would typically look like this. You're just up against the wall, so it wouldn't matter. You're not going to be able to see it in the walk mode. And then if you guys wanted to go a step further, let's say this is our sheet, so to say, and you want to add a blanket on top. You can use the stair tool again. It can be the same color as well to make it easy. And all I do is I add a... Well, first I delete the support, so it's just this. Then I bring it over. And we're just going to make it wide. Actually, no, I messed that up. I know what I'm doing. It's been a hot minute since I made a bed. I need this way. I need to go this way. This way. Anyways, so you bring this over. I'm going to hold control so it doesn't snap. Bring it out slightly. And then you're just going to bring it down. And it looks like the flap that you make when you pull the cover over. And you can make it as long as you want. Or as thin as you want. But that is a single bed. Now, the other way you could do a bed is with the wall tool. It's kind of the same theory. You are just creating sections. And with this, you also have to remove the padding. So again, if you're doing this as like your main floor base, you just have to be mindful that there's going to be... Using the fencing tool is not going to be in the question for this. I just want to make sure that there's enough here. Or at least where you're going to use the fencing tool. What if you don't make a bed and the cover is always messed up? You can do that too. You can do that too, Waffle. You can make the cover look as messed up as you want, lived in. So you can go this way or you can go long way. It's really just up to you guys. What I am going to do though for this one, I'm going to remove just a little bit of the pathing because I want to show you how you can use the fencing tool to, why is it not deleting? Oh, it is deleting. Hold on. I need to add it, not delete it. Just right here, basically. Just right there. Right where the chairs begin. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring this down to about right there. And you see how it like builds like that support? We want to get rid of that. So we're going to bring this here. Let's bring this a little bit shorter. And I have to add a little bit more. This is where it gets tricky because it's like, it's so sensitive and there's no, like we can't scale our eraser to be really fine point. So typically this is what makes it a little bit more time consuming is when you are trying to figure out like, okay, where is it actually going? I'm gonna make a few of these because we're gonna change the color of the brick. I've spent well over an hour on a bed once. Like, no joke. Because we were doing a quilt and I had to make all these little squares. So I've definitely spent a ton of time making a bed. It just depends upon how detailed you want to get with it. I'm going to bring this out. An interior building isn't for everybody. I understand, like, not everybody's going to be interested in it. But for those of you that are interested in it, hopefully you guys can get some inspiration and or feel like you're able to do some of these props for your own builds. And also, if you haven't joined yet, I do have Discord. You can find it on my channel over on the Purple app, and I would love to see your guys' builds. I think like the creativity is just endless in this game, and every person that plays it differently, and I think that's just overly amazing. I think our next build, though, like our actual build is going to be, like I said, the Wizard of Oz theme. I saw someone do a hot air balloon as a prop in their Glade, and I was like, you know what? That gave me inspiration. And I'm always saying how I'm a horrible castle builder because everything I do is kind of whimsical. And I was like, you know what? I feel like that castle would be one that I would probably be really good at because it's whimsy. It's whimsical. But if it's like period correct, I'm not good at that type of castle building. Or like super like Dungeons and Dragons fantasy type of castle building. I don't know how to make things like look cool. I only know like whimsical stuff. She just doesn't want you to see the castle she's building. Waffle, you saw the castle that I built. You saw it. I believe that video is still on YouTube. It was in the... I built my first castle. Well, my first castle was in my first Glade, but that one I referenced, and it's not even a castle, it's a stable house. And that one was referenced by an actual landmark. And my second one, which was just like I winged it, was in my winter Glade. That one was a disaster. There were elements on it that I really, really liked, but no matter what I did to it, it just looked like a Disney castle. Like, it just looked like a Disney castle. And it was driving me nuts. Wait, why is that doing that? Hold on. It's like lagging real bad. Like it wants to snap, but it shouldn't be snapping anywhere. It don't make no sense. Like for whatever reason. Hold on. Why is it doing that? What is wrong with Tiny Glade today? It won't let me. That's so strange. Usually it doesn't give me this issue. See, I can't even bring this one forward now. It's not letting me. There it goes. It's glitching. Why glitching? Okay, let's bring this one. With all the rooms, it was a massive build, wasn't it? It was so massive. What I did was I built a large like tree, a chandelier tree, and then I built the castle around the tree. It was my first time ever trying to do like an interior style. And let's just say it didn't go over very well. It did not go over very well. The vision was there, the execution was not great. But I need to bring this up so that way it's above that. Hold on. We need to raise this up. We need to raise this up. It needs to be above the arm. This one. Not that one. This one. With all the rooms. Yeah. I think like for the Wizard of Oz, like the Emerald City Castle, I definitely want to do at least one room, if not two, that are interior. I'm not going to make the whole castle interior because that would be really, really hard to do. The most I've ever done was 2 stories. And the reason why I think it'll be hard to do is because our wall tool and our fencing tool only goes so high. Like it caps out at a certain height. Now I can layer as much as I want with the foundation tool and I can layer as much as I want with the stair tool. But when it comes to like creating interior walls and or using the fencing tool for props, it caps out at a certain height. So I don't know how well that will be. Building multiple levels. Okay, it's not perfect, but that's okay. It is perfect enough. Let's see if I can bring this one out just a little bit. I think the issue is that the terrain is lopsided a little bit. Let's see if I can bring this to... It's not completely flat. I'm also hoping that we get more with the terrain in the future. It'd be really nice if like we can level the terrain super, super flat. And it will also be nice if we can elevate the water. So it's not always just snapped to like the base ground. Here we go. So something like this is what we're looking for. I'm going to bring this out just... Not that. I'm going to bring this out just slightly. I want to cover this in piece. Let's bring this up. Let's try to space these out a little bit better. I just like the look of a double bed. All right, hold on. That's better. Let's bring this up, and then we'll bring this one up. It's gonna be one tall bed, but that's okay. It's on a box spring. It's all good. All right, so what I wanted to do was that with the fencing tool, right, is I wanted to create kind of like that flap over, but with the fencing tool. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this to the white wood. We're going to bring it over. And we're basically doing the same thing. So you want to make sure that there's no pathing underneath it. Just like that. I might actually move these chairs back a little bit because we got to put the pillows in still. But I usually like to do 2 rows of this. So let's go ahead and add another one. So there's this one. Bring this down. down. I said bring it down. How does it do that? Get over here. Thank you. This is what we're looking for. It is a little wonky, but then with the last one, what I'm going to do is I am going to just cover up this gap right here so you don't see the leg. Like I want to cover this gap right here. And I can do two ways. I can either just put like a post right there, or I can just make the fence go all the way to the end, which is what we're going to do. I'm going to bring this down. Probably bring it up just like this. And then over. Match it up. And I might actually just, you know what, we'll just do it like that. We'll see what that looks like. Because now we're going to inlay our pillows using the stair tool. And I might actually just do, instead of like, I'm going to get the width of the bed first. Okay, I'm going to do it this way. This might be easier. We're going to change this to yellow, and then we're going to add one here, rotate it. I'm going to add the second one. Rotate it. And we're just going to sink it in. Just like that. There we go. Except for now you can't see the hold on. Now you can't see the lip of the thingy. I'm gonna have to bring all this back. 1 second. Let's bring this back out. I need to push this back. This is gonna be a long bed. I promise you guys, it's really not this difficult. I'm just didn't really think it through. I just didn't think it through. Okay, we'll add another one. Hello, Tiny Builder. Welcome in. We are doing prop building today. All the props. All right, now let's see. Push this in. Push this in. Hopefully this is enough. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Nice. There we go. This is what we're looking for. Bring this down. There we go. Nice. So there we go. We have our pillows. We have our little sheets, and then we have our bed, quilts, blanket, whatever you want to call it. You can go a step further and you can change the color as well. You can make it look like a quilt. Something like that. You can get super colorful with it. You can use the stair tool like we did before. Do the simple version of it. But yeah, another way that you can enhance this is I like to add like a little bench on the end, because kind of like what you would sit on. So again, I just use the fencing tool. just like this. Now this terrain is not very level, so this is probably going to look a little wonky, but that's okay. I need to remove a little bit of the pathing, just a little bit, nothing crazy. Just a little bit. I want to make sure it doesn't affect... No, I needed to add it. What am I doing? I need to add it, not remove it. Alright, that was too much. It's being dramatic. Okay, we need to go... Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'll bring this over. Just like that. Usually I like to change the wood. Then I'll show you a finish of this because I built this in one of my other builds and it looks a lot nicer than what we're doing here. The terrain over there was a lot more level than what we're working on. I typically like to go 3 wide. Just like this. And then on the 4th one, I just want to close off this bit. Let's bring this over. So we're just going to cut this down to a bunch of different pieces. Probably need one more section. So there you have it. We have kind of like that end of bed, like little like chest or bench or storage. And then what I like to do is coming back over here, I'm going to grab another prop. And we're going to look for the pillows again. Oh, the blanket would look really cute too, having some of these there. So we'll put that to the side. And we'll put... We want these. And I really like the barrel that had the flowers on it anyways, so let's go find that one. Did I pass it? No, it's right here. Alright, so let's put this off to the side for right now. We're going to use the stair tool to sink these in. Oops. Then I think what I'm going to do is, because they're all varying heights, I'm just going to go ahead and just make them, I don't want them floating because I don't want the sparkles. So we're going to add this first. Bring it over. Just going to inlay it like this. Bring it up. And then we're going to rotate it like that. Nice. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this also on a stair. I use this barrel a lot for when I want to do centerpieces and things like that. See if I can find a spot where I can add it with it not clipping super crazily. This is good. I like that. That's nice. That's cute. Because then what I like to do is I like to add another one. Hello, Lightning. How are you? Welcome in. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Amazing. That's amazing. I'm glad that you are amazing. I'm doing well myself. I am doing well myself. I cannot complain. Today, for those of you that are just coming in, we are doing prop building in Tiny Glade. We're going over all the different props that you can make. Like a little tutorial day. You just inspired our current whip in total other game. Aww. That's exciting. I'm gonna add just the blankets right there. I'm gonna see if I can push them in slightly. I should have moved this over a little bit, huh? But that's okay. That's all right. It's charming. It adds charm. It's all that matters. Aw, you think I'm incredible with structures? Thank you so much for passion. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, for those of you that are just coming in, I like to do interior building, and so I focus primarily on that. And so today I figured what better way it is than to show you guys all the different types of props that you can make until we get the update. I don't know with the new update coming in September what all is going to come with that, but I figured it's still good to know how to make them, you know, using the limited tools that we have currently. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. So these are the two different ways that I do beds. Now I'm going to show you with my other glades. They look a lot better in my other glades, so we spent more time on them. So there is this glade right here where we can go back to the ranch. Let's come back over here. Come through here. So this is a double bed. This is made using the wall tool. And as you can see, we use the fencing tool to make the sheet flap. And then, of course, we use the hay as the pillows. And like I said, it's usually up against the wall, so we never have to really worry about it. This one does not have a thing at the end of it. But we did add our little chair here. This room over here is the room that we have the little bench on. So this is kind of like what we did with this. It's just another style. And this was made using the wall tool, and we made very, very small sections. We changed the color of all of the wall and basically made a quilt out of it. As you can see, the terrain wasn't super level here, so it is, you know, a little wonky on that aspect, but it came out super, super cute. So that's what this room looks like. This is a console table. We'll go over tables here in just a little bit. This is the bathroom. We'll go over sinks as well. There's a lot of different props that we have made over time that I'm really excited to go back and like show you guys how I did them all. This is that patio furniture. It's a little wonky. I noticed that my stair tool went a little crazy right there. But you see how I use the... Oh my gosh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Let's go out this way. You see how I use the fencing tool as the cushion? So that's another option. We use the stair tool in ours, but it's another option right there. Some other bedrooms that we have is actually in our port town, our pirate town that we have. So for those of you that haven't seen that, we're about to go visit that here in just a second. It's this one. All right, so in this one, we have an inn. So let's go walk up to the end, guys. Some cinematics as we build. The inn is probably one of my favorite builds that I've done. The outside could use a little bit of work. I'm still trying to figure out how to make outsides look just as good as insides. It's something that is challenging for me. But this is our inn. Look at this lobby. I am so proud of this lobby. We have some more of our sofa chairs that we created that I showed you guys today. And we use the fencing tool here as, you know, the pillow, which I also showed. So coming this way, these are the typical stair style beds that we just created. Just using the stair tool. This was super easy because we were working on like a second story. So we're not having to worry about the terrain. We can make it super level. And then over here is also stair tool bed, single beds. And then over this way is where we use the wall tool. So we have another quilt using the wall tool. And then of course we use the stair tool as the sheet overlay because unfortunately we could not get the fencing tool to go this tall without it being wonky. And then over here we built some more of the chairs and used the fencing tool to create all of these. So this is what it will look like when you're building inside foundations. I think that's it for the bed making. I don't think I made beds anywhere else. No, I didn't. So let's go back to our builds. So that's 2 ways of making beds. Now, table making. There's so many different ways you can do tables, guys. So many. And I only know of a few of them. I am sure that there are other creators out there that have done all different sorts of table making. I only know of a few ways of which I have used them. So I'm going to show you how I make my tables. First thing is you can do tables using the props themselves. I have used the prop with the candle a lot. So it's the barrel with the candle. Let's go find it real quick. This one. I've used this as tables. And again, you can find this in my other Glade. Now that we're onto tables, let's go ahead and go in here. Let's go back to... Let's go on the fly mode, actually. Just come all the way over here. Let's come up here. So, as you can see, I use these as tables. And I just put our chairs up against it. And I've also used them as the base of a table, which is what we'll show you here in a little bit. So this could be a table. All right, I'm going to add pathing back down. Just like that. We can do long tables using the fencing tool. Think of like a picnic table, right? Let's see if we can find a spot that is super level. This is definitely on a hill, so let's bring this over about right here. Let's go about right here. Let's change the color to the lighter one. And we're going to bring this down. Picnic table is super, super easy. Just bring this up. And then we're just going to cut another piece now that we have it at the same height. I typically go 4. The other day I had a mod put in that gave us picnic tables. But this is how you do them if you don't have the mod. I'm going to go another one. I'm going to go 4 wide. Nice rectangle. And then we're going to add another one over here. I might go 2 wide on the seating. Yeah, I'm going to go 2 wide on the seating. Maybe like 1.5. So there is a picnic table. Super simple. Super cute. Sometimes I might add like just this in between. I know you can see the barrel underneath it, but that's okay. It's all right. Sometimes what we'll do is let's just add a flower pot. So let's use our stair tool. And we're going to make it super, super skinny. And then we're going to bring it in. Well, let me go this way. I wish we could make it smaller than this, to be honest. I could remove, I can make it like a floating shelf. What I mean is like remove the support, but then you get the sparkles. And I'm not always a fan of sparkles in certain builds. Sometimes I don't want the sparkle. I wish we could have it as like an option. So let's do this little one. I like this. This is cute. This is pretty. Let's just add that on top. Bring it over. And just place it right there in the middle. Just like that. Another way I could do is I can use like a ladder post. So if I don't want the sparkles, now that I'm thinking about it, I could just make a post like this. We can place this on top of it like that. And then we can bring this over and remove the sparkles this way. Grab. There we go. And there you have it. Now you have this cute little centerpiece on top of it, and you don't have to worry about the sparkles because we're just going to use the post. So that's table number 1. Table number 2 is the same theory, but this time we're going to use the chairs. Same design. We're just going to make long, just a long table. This one we can go a little bit more detailed in. You see how it creates like that crease right there? What you can do is you can cut this down to where like you can create offset creasing like this. So it doesn't all look the same. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this right here. Like offsets it a little bit, kind of like when you think of like wooden floors. So we would do one here. And then, well, let me make this a little bit. So we'll do one here. And then we'll do this one over here. Nice. Just gives it a little bit more of detail. I'm going to bring this in just a little bit. Let's try to connect these pieces. There we go. Then what I like to do is I like to just use this chair. Let's just go ahead and grab this chair. It's a nice little four-seater. And then to go a step further, sometimes I like to add a little bit of fencing on the end just to give it a little bit more of a design. So I just like to do this. And I like this little like angular like wood sticking out just slightly because it just, I don't know, like I just feel like it finishes the table off. I'll do another one on the other side. There we go. So there we have like a simple dining table, just a simple rectangle dining table. And the same thing, I like to add centerpiece. So for usually with these tables, I am perfectly fine with this bit sticking out because it reminds me of a tray. And I'm okay with the tray showing because I also like to add this in and layer it in. So then at nighttime, it looks like a centerpiece. So you have your candles and you have your little plants. I also like to get a little bit more creative and I like to add another set of candles. So what I do is I copy my candles, I rotate them going this way. Same thing. I just layer it in just like that. And that's how you do the candle flower centerpiece with the barrels. Super cute, right? I think so. So that is a picnic table. That is a typical dining table. And I can show you in my library build. I made a very, very large dining table for like the reading area. We're going to be looking at a lot of Glades today, guys, because we are focusing on props. So let's go over to the library. We haven't been to the library in a hot minute. But let's just go take a look at these tables. These ones are what we literally just built, but a little bit on the taller scale. And we have the candles inlaid in them. You see we have the end caps on the tables, the seat 6. So this is what those will look like in your interiors. Now, the next table that we're going to be doing is going to be the rounded tables. We're going to make some rounded tables, which is the same theory as we did. Oh, yeah. By the way, you can make a couch out of all fencing as well. It's the same theory as the squared chair. You just make it larger. It's coming back here. So you see how we did the square chair? You just make it larger. And that's how you do the couch. All with the fencing tool. All right, we're going to make the round tables. The round tables are going to be the same theory as we started the chairs with, especially this rounded chair right here. We're just going to make a circle out of the fencing tool. So again, you want to make sure that wherever you're building it is pretty flat in the terrain. Otherwise, it's going to be a little wonky, a little lopsided, which is okay. It's okay. It adds charm. But we're going to work with the fencing tool. And then I'll also show you guys how to make tables with foundation as well. So typically the bigger the circle, the more you're going to need. I think we're going to need about 10 of these to do this table. This is going to be the same theory as side tables as well. When you're thinking of like living room furniture or in tables for your bedrooms. I have a sheep here. We're just waiting for our little sheep friend to move. All right, we're going to bring this out. We're going to start shaping this by going at angles. You're just going to do crisscross. Just like this. I'm going to need a lot more. You just keep going until you close the circle off. Oh, no. That one's messed up. Okay. I think 2 more pieces. Yeah, 2 more. Last one. Just want to make sure that you shape it. Try to get as circular as possible. Well, I need to grab onto this one. Oh, this one. There we go. And this one. I'm pretty happy with that. So here's how we do this table. And then again, you just take your chairs and you just place them around. Just like that. And then the same thing, you can add your centerpiece. So we can add that there. Can add another one. Hold on. Let's center this a little bit better. I also needed to raise all of these up just slightly, I think. I should have gotten the height. Usually I use the chair as reference. I forgot to do that this time. So painstakingly, you're going to have to go through all of these now. Not that one. This one. Hold on. Let me move this chair real quick. I need to grab onto this one. There we go. This one. because the chair's in the way. That's the other thing with this game. Sometimes the collision is a little finicky, depending upon like how close other structures are. Will depend on how it will let you highlight something that you need to grab. All right, nice. So let's center this a little bit more. Let's bring this over like that. And then let's go ahead and grab this one. I'm just going to throw this right here. Layer that in. And there we have it. We have our little round table. So going a step further, let's go ahead and just add more pathway. Let's just start building this way for our tables. There's so many different ways you can do tables, guys. You can use booths, and that's where we'll use these benches again. And the way that I do a booth is you can do it with, again, you can make a booth with just one of these, or you can use the stair tool. The fencing tool can make a proper table, or you can make a booth using stair tool. I'm going to raise it up just a little bit just because the terrain is not completely even. I'm going to rotate this. I'm going to bring it here. So there is the booth. And then again, you can just add, because we're using the stair tool, we have to use another stair to sink in our centerpiece. But let's do a different centerpiece. Let's do one that uses... Let's do one that uses one of these. Let's just add this one in first. So let's inlay this one in. And we just want like the flowers sticking, just like that. And then let's create another one. This is going to give you guys different ideas of how to do like different centerpieces. Let's create another stair. And of course, we got to have the candle, guys. We have to have the candle. Let me grab this one. Stick this on top, just like that. Gonna bring it down. Just like that. So now we have this as a centerpiece. And you can do this with all the flowers. You can do it with the red flowers. You can do it with the box flowers. The box flowers, I like to do 2 candles in it. But you can get as creative or as detailed as you want. So these are the fencing tool and the stair tool. And guess what, guys? You can also use the wall tool. You can use the wall tool the same way as the fencing tool too. You can create... The thing with the wall tool though is you have to understand you can't have pathing underneath it. So gotta create... Let's try to create like a small circle. Let's go yay big. So same thing as we did with the fencing tool. You can just use the wall tool. Let's bring this down. Create your circles this way. Alright, I'm going to bring this out just a little bit. We're going to cut that. I would say like the wall tool would probably be the easiest in creating the circle outside of the fence. Reason being is like if you're not too worried about it being elevated off the ground, like if you're just building outside and you're not worried about like an interior, like this would be the way that I would go. I would do the wall tool. I just feel like it's just a lot faster, a lot smoother. I also like the texture of it. Let's keep going. We need to create a couple more of these. Hello. Give me a few more sections, please. There we go. Guys, I am like so hungry. I'm so hungry. Oh my goodness. I didn't have breakfast this morning. I probably should have. I'm definitely going to make myself like a big lunch. All right, then we'll do one more. Just to close this little gap off. I need to bring this one in just like that. There we have it. A perfect circle with the ball tool. Now you can also use this with the foundation tool too, but I actually kind of am like enjoying the way that this looks. So then we add our chairs. I always typically go 4 chairs. I don't like when things are like overly crowded unless I have like a massive table where it suits like for 6 or for 8. And the reason why, it's just preference for me. I like to walk, like cinematic walking around all of the things that I build. And I just want to make sure that there's like enough space where you can see everything. So because this is a pink table, what we're going to do is we're going to add in the flower pot that has the roses. I think they're like roses, these things. We're going to use the stair tool and we're going to sink it in. I'll just bring this right on top. I'm going to try to make this a little bit smaller. And we're going to sink it right here in the middle. But I'm going to bring it down to where all we see is the flowers themselves. And then, you know it, guys, we are going to add our lovely candle. We got to put on a stair. I thought I could probably like inlay it in there, but it's going to be like, nope, you can't do that. So we'll put this on a stair as well. Let's raise this up, condense it down, make it real small. Put this on top. Bring it over. Can I go any smaller than that? Probably not. Let's go. Let's remove this bit. See if this works. Remove the support. Can we sink it down any more than that? Nope. But that's okay. We'll just try to center this as best as we can around the flowers, which about right there looks good. It's not clipping too bad. I like that. And then at nighttime, this is what that looks like. Nice. So we have our fencing tool. We have our stair tool. We have our wall tool. On top of that, we can also use just a plain barrel. So we can do... Not that one. Sorry. Let's grab this one. We have just our plain barrel where we use... Let me see here. So there we have it. Let's rotate this. Just one second, guys. I am... For whatever reason, my TikTok is being weird. One second. Okay. That's better. All right, we're back. We are back. Let's go back to daylight mode. We're going to start using foundations, which I'm sure you guys have seen in other builds, but we're going to show you here as well. If you're new to the game, why not? I'm going to add more pathing down. Let's just continue this on. I'm going to use our circle foundation. Oops. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to, we want it to be wood. And then I'm going to change it to, let's just do this green color. This green color is cute. We're going to move the roofing down. So we're just going to right click, which is going to give us all of our options. And then we're just going to use the scaler. We're going to bring this down. We're going to bring it up off of the terrain. So it creates these stilts that you see right here. And this is essentially our table. So what I like to do is I just like to bring it down a little bit to chair height, and then we can add our chairs. Now this is usually massive tables, so maybe go a little bit like this. Even then it's like I want to bring it down just slightly above the terrain. So we can still get the supports on them. These tables I typically like to go all the way around, like multiple seating. Just because we'll just give you guys, how many seats can we fit on this one? There we go. That looks good. Just because these tables tend to be a little bit larger, you can definitely add more seating, especially if you're building like a cafe or a restaurant. This type of table works really, really well in those larger spaces. We use these over at the restaurant that I built in the snow town that we were in. Now, you can leave the table just plain like this. You can add a centerpiece as well, or you can use another foundation inside of that foundation. What we're going to do is we're going to go like this. I'm going to make it super small. We're going to bring it in like that. We're going to change the color. I think I'm going to go with this pebble. And then I'm also going to bring it up a little bit because I want to change this to also be pink. And then we're going to bring it back down. So it just adds a little bit of color to the table. And then you can go a step further and add your centerpiece. So it kind of looks like a tablecloth in a way. You can also bring it out like this, right? To make it look even more like a tablecloth. Inlay it like that. But we're going to go ahead and do it just like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to not take that. Go back. Go back. Will this let me inlay it into the foundation? No, it's going to make me have to sink it. We're going to sink it again using the stair tool. Our handy dandy stair tool. I always personally like it to show the tray, but if you don't want to show the tray, you don't have to show the tray. You can bring this face up just a little bit like this, and you can actually get it to where the tray removes. But I like to always show a little bit of the tray. And then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to add in another flower. I think for this one, I'm going to do the... I think I might actually do this one. Bring this one back. I'm going to remove the support. And we're going to bring this over. Just like this. Hello, Keeper of Goblin Fables. Welcome in. You're loving the tips? You're very welcome. You're welcome. I thought it would be cool to have just a chill, calm day where we just do prop building and all the different ways on how you can make different props using the limited tools that we have. I know a lot of these props you guys have seen in my builds and we've gone over them as we built them, or you've seen other creators build props and things like that. But I think it would be kind of cool to kind of see it all as options in this type of form, a little tutorial. And again, like I put the couch and chairs. Yeah. So we did different types of couch and chairs. We used the fencing tool to make kind of like our sofa chairs. You can do them rounded and or squared off. Obviously, these are the props that you get with the game. We did a bar stool. We used the fencing tool and just basically traced around the bar stool. We lifted it up a little bit using the stair. We did different types of couches. This is using just strictly stair tool. We made the pillows out of the little white pillows out of the fencing, but everything else is stairs. This is using wall tool. So this couch is just made with the wall tool. The sectional is also made with wall tool. And then we inlaid the pillow prop. So beds, we used wall tool as well as fencing tool. And then we used the props such as the benches as the headboards and baseboards. And this is made using the stair tool. So you can make a bed using the stair tool, which is the simplest way. And right now we're doing all the different ways on how you can do tables. So we started with the fencing tool. We did our little picnic table, our dining table, both round and squared off. We used the stair tool to make booths. You can use the wall tool to make circular tables as well. And then now we're learning how to use the foundation tool, which is probably the simplest version of a table. And we're using the circle as of right now. We're about to do the square. Oh my goodness, you need to learn this because you're lacking in tiny, Glade. Aww. Well, I'm happy to be of assistance. Hopefully watching this gives you some inspiration as well as helps you with prop building. I'm so excited for the update that's coming in September, and I'm really hoping that we do get more props. But like I said, we don't know what we're going to get with the workshop. So it's always good in my mind to just see how like props are made with the limited tools. So that way, if you guys are interested in getting into more detail and or interior, you now kind of know how we do it. All right, so then the same theory is now you can make square tables or you can do rectangular tables using just the regular foundation. But the same thing, you're going to get rid of the roofing. You're going to raise it up just slightly. And like I said, square table or rectangle. You can do rectangle as well. You can bring it over just like this. And the same thing, you can be real simple with it. You can just put your chairs right up to it. Hold on. Like this. I do want to lower this just slightly. I don't want it to snap to the terrain. I might need to move this. This terrain on this map is not very level. It's very hilly. You love this. Thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping we get more stuff with the workshop as well. The clutter menu is the number one thing that I'm looking forward to. I do like the idea of wooden walls. Don't get me wrong. I'll definitely be using it. But I really want wooden stairs more than anything. More than anything, I want wooden stairs. And for me, it's like, as long as the wooden walls isn't just for the wall tool, if they put it as a overlay for like the foundation, I'll be even happier. I'll be even happier because if I can get it as with the foundation tool, that I'll be peachy for me, like that in game. I need to bring this out to where it's like super level. Maybe I need to rotate it. We'll just rotate it this way. I'll bring it here. We'll make it like a really short table. So, no, not too much information. In the update, we are getting the wooden walls. We're also getting a new slider for foundations, which is going to be kind of nice because then at that point, we don't have to like layer the foundation. You can just slide the texture up and down, which will be nice. And then they are going to use a clutter menu. So instead of having to spawn your props using like a window or a door, you'll now have like, I believe they're probably going to put at the bottom, a clutter menu option that you can click into that's going to bring up all the different props. But then they talked about the fact that they're going to be working on the back end to get Tiny Glade with Steam Workshop, which means custom clutter. And with custom clutter means mods. So I'm really excited for that. Because I think we do need a lot more clutter options. And I would love to see more lighting options too. Now, I don't know if you've been following along for very long, but I do have a mod. It's not mine. I did not create it, but I did use a mod in one of my other builds. I took the mod out of the game, so if I go back to that one, it's going to look real wonky. But I did a carnival and I did a UFO using Tiny Farms mod that reskinned our props and basically gave us like farm animals and things like that. It would be really nice if we had that as an option in the future. Of like horses, and they don't even have to be like moving like the sheep and stuff. Like it just could be props of horses and cows. So that way, if you wanted to build a farm, you actually have animals now. Oh, you remember that? Yeah. Our next build that I'm going to be doing, I don't know what my schedule is going to look like next week. I got called for jury duty and I don't know if they need me. I have to wait until Sunday. I have to call them Sunday. But if I'm not needed for jury duty next week, I want to start our new build, which is going to be, the theme is going to be Wizard of Oz, because I saw somebody on Tiny Glade Discord they posted their build and they had a hot air balloon prop, which I thought was so cute. It was like a whole Glade, but my vision went to the hot air balloon. I was like, out of all the amazing builds, like that's what I honed in on. And it just gave me inspiration of like Wizard of Oz for whatever reason. And so I just watched the second movie and I was telling Waffle, he's over on the Purple app. I was telling Waffle that I was like, I'm not great at castle building, but I feel like the Wizard of Oz, the Emerald City castle, I could probably do. I could probably do that one because it's whimsical and that's like my style. So I'm like, we're going to try that one. We're going to try that castle. I want to do like the OG castle, not like the remake version of it, but like the original Emerald City one. I'm going to try to rebuild that. And then I'm thinking I'm going to do an interior on it. Not a large one, but like at least maybe like a grand hall or something just to walk inside of it. Because guys, we need all the green lights, right? It needs to be lit up like the freaking Emerald City. And then I want to do like the yellow brick road, which we're going to use the wall tool to create that. Oh my gosh. And then I'm going to create like a big old like hot air balloon. I think that'd be really, really cool. And then I saw X created a scarecrow. So I'm going to pull inspiration off of his scarecrow and create a scarecrow. So and then I was like, oh my gosh, we can make the house that like, and I was like, I can make the house that falls on the Wicked Witch of the East, like the White House that looks like the ruins because of the storm that happened. So we can like get all of like these little props and stuff leading up to the Emerald City. Yeah, X is amazing. If you guys don't know him, go ahead and give him a follow. He does some amazing structural builds and he's really detailed with his clutter. I know. I can't wait. I think it's going to be a big build. We're going to be in that one for a hot minute. I think it's going to be a big build. I'm going to have to start with the castle first because that's going to be like the main focus and that's going to take a really long time. And then we'll start building the rest of the Glade out with all the other props. His hidden spaces teleport you? Yeah. Yeah. I love the little like nooks and crannies and stuff. Yeah, no, his builds are pretty amazing. And he's actually the content creator that got me into Tiny Glade. So I've only been in Tiny Glade a little bit over 3 months now. I feel like we're pushing 4 months now. But if it wasn't for his content, I don't think I would have ever even known the game existed, to be honest. Okay, so for this one, we're going to do another one of these. The same for you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very grateful for his content because he introduced me to the game. And actually, no, we're going to do this one. We're going to do something new. We're going to use this box one. You didn't even know about Steam? I knew about Steam. I just didn't know about this game. Wait, what did I do? Get back over here. What did I do? Let's bring this over. There we go. That's cute as a centerpiece. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add candles, guys. We're going to add some candles. You're a World of Warcraft player, but have gotten into more cozy games. Yeah. I have always been into building. So I am a sucker for simulation games. I love simulation games. And so I grew up on The Sims and Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I also, Sim City. So a lot of the games that you'll see me play are going to be like those management simulation games. And lately, my followers have been getting me into survival games, but not for like the action, for the base building and like the city making. Thank you so much for the heart, Leah. Used to love The Sims. My favorite was My Sims, but the newer version of Sims is not my thing. I heard that. I haven't played The Sims in a really hot minute, but someone was telling me that when they did like an update or whatever, like they did some stuff to it that a lot of people aren't happy about. I don't know like all the details, but they were saying. Thank you so much for the clap times 5. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. It's really overwhelming now. Yeah, I haven't been in there in like over a year. It's been over a year. And that was like even before I streamed. I only been streaming since basically the first week of February of this year. We just hit our 6th month of streaming. But yeah, my friends and a few of the followers have gotten me into base building games, like those survival type style games. I usually put it on easy mode because I'm just there for the base building. Really, I'm just there for the base building. But I really do enjoy building. Some of the other games that I like are decorating games. So you'll see me play different types of decorating games as well. I just love decorating. Which is why, like, when I got to Tiny Glade, I originally played it as it was intended, like just structures and stuff. But then I was just like, you know what? I want interiors so bad. So I started doing interiors. You can't do the survival games. You have to. Yeah, so I'm very picky on the survival game that I go into. The one that was suggested to me was called Windrose. It's where you're a pirate. And the nice thing about that one, the way that the developers created it, is that Calm Waters is easy mode, but then they have scalers. And so like you can scale your playability to whatever you want. Like, so I turn everything down to the lowest setting, and it's just like this really cozy forager farming game. And I'm just progressing through the story in order to unlock more buildables so I can get to the building aspect. And that's pretty much it. Okay, guys, so these are all of the tables that we have so far. We have fencing tool, we have stair tool, we have wall tool, and we have the foundation tool. And you can make them as big and as small as you want, but these are just an idea of all the different types of style tables that you can do in your tiny glades. This is, what is it called? It's called Windrose, the game that we were talking about. And this is called Tiny Glade, the game that we're currently in. Okay, so there was a table that somebody did that was with the fencing tool and the barrel. And I kind of want to see if I can create it. Juicy, one of the followers over on the Purple app, was the one that showed me it. Does the wind smell like roses? I think it smells like sea. I think it smells like sea. I'll be playing Keeper. I'll be playing Windrose tomorrow. I'll be doing day 2 tomorrow. And I can go live on TikTok if you want to check it out tomorrow. I go live Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till about 11 or noon EST. So if you are around tomorrow, both. I'll be on both Purple app and TikTok. Typically, I'm only on TikTok when I do Tiny Glade, but I'm okay with going on TikTok for Windrose. It's whatever. It's whatever you prefer. I feel like going forward, I should probably do both, but yeah, I'll be around same time tomorrow, and we're gonna be in Windrose on day 2, and so that way you can see the gameplay before you commit to anything. So then shouldn't it be called Wind Sea? Maybe? You're welcome. Maybe Windrose is the name of your ship, or maybe it's the name of the island that we're on, Waffle. Maybe it's something. It's oh, jeez, something. Guys, I'm hungry. Sure. I don't know. We named our file Luma Island, which funny enough is a game, by the way. Luma Island is a game, and I thought about playing it. I have it in my wish list. I thought about playing it. It's a little farming sim. It's a little life farming sim. And I was like, how fun would that be? Luma Shell playing Luma Island. Pun intended. Okay. So we have couches and chairs and beds and tables, but I wanted to create that one table. I got sidetracked. I'm sorry, guys. I got sidetracked. I wanted to create that one table because how did they do that? How'd they do it, guys? I don't think Juicy's in today, but if she was, I'll be like, Juicy, how'd they make this table? Because it looks so cool. They use the barrel as the base, basically. How did they do it? I'm going to play for a little bit, guys, because I need to figure out how this person... I am so sorry, my little sheep. But you're just in the way. You're just in the... Come over here. Come over here. Over here. Over here. This way. You got it. Nice. Look, a little friend. Oh, you chunky. You're chunky. Isn't there usually 3? Yeah, there's this one. Hello. This one is a chunk. Look at that. How did they do it? I wonder if they... So we can't use the stair tool. Basically what they did... Was it the stair tool? No, it was not the stair tool. Surely it wasn't. Was it? Was it? They were able to use the fencing tool as like a way to make the tabletop. Which I thought was like really, really cool. What if I can do it with... Ooh, what if we did... Hold on. What if we use the stair tool as the tabletop? 1 second here. But then... Let's just connect these. There we go. Let's connect those. Let's shape it. Let's just shape it. Try to make a circle out of it. Maybe cut this a little bit one more time. It's gonna look weird. I already know it. It's gonna look weird. Maybe not. Sometimes when we doodle like this, guys, we make some really cool stuff. I'm gonna get rid of the supports. It's gonna add sparkles for just a hot minute, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add like a center post. Something like this. To anchor it down. And bring this up. Got this. Like this. I'm just going to anchor it down like this. Kind of like that, right? That way you need to bring this down. I need to raise this up. Because we don't want the candle showing. You know, this also would work as like, now that I'm thinking about it, what if we just did Hold on. Instead of that's one way. That's a more difficult way. I'm gonna say that's like a tedious way of doing it. We could just do a floating thingy. Hold on. Why did I not think of this before? We can just, you know. Let me bring this down. Let me grab. Let's just move this over here. We'll put this over here. Like, why make it more difficult when you can make it simple, right? Am I right? All right. I'm pretty happy with that. Let me get down underneath this. I feel like maybe a little bit like that. And then we're going to add another one. And another one. We're going to center it. And we're just going to do this. Just going to... There we go. Table. That's a table right there. Hold on. I need to like... Can I grab... Okay, once I move it, it kind of ruins it. 1 second. I need to bring this down like that, but then up. I want it like above the barrel. And then we need to add another one. Center it. There we go. There we go. That's better. There, that looks like a nice bar table. I like that. Because then we can add, that's a nice bar height. And then we can add the chairs that we made, like these style chairs over here around it. So what we'll do is we'll grab one of these and we'll quickly create... I don't need that. We just found another way to make a table, guys. Okay, I'm gonna recreate this bar stool real quick. The nice thing about prop making is like once you do it the first time, it does get faster the second time. And the more you do it, the faster it gets. Let's bring this up. And then we're gonna bring it down just like this. This is a good height. I like that. So essentially this is what we're working with. Let's try to find terrain that's somewhat flat. That's definitely on a hill. Maybe if I bring it over this way, might be a little bit better. Let's just give it a go. All right, let's use our fencing now. Bring this down. Add that there. That one there. And bring this one over here. That's nice. I like that. There we go. Bar stools. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to close off the front of that as well while we're... Because you could probably see it with it being raised up like that. Let's bring this down. Bring this over, be up just a little bit. There we go. Sink this in just like that. There we go. Nice. And if I want to go a step further, I might even... How do I want to do that? I want to make like a little foot ledge. I've never done a foot ledge, but my brain is like, you need to make a foot ledge. So that's what we're gonna do. I can probably bring it down like this. You know, like the little where you rest your feet. I like that. You can make it floating, but then you're gonna have sparkles and it's gonna look weird. You can also add a foot ledge to this, but I don't know. If I did it to this, it would be like a little square. Cute. Oh my gosh, guys, you can make a high chair too. I was just thinking that you can make like a tray to go on top, make it look like a high chair. Let me get rid of this. That was tedious. I don't know what I was thinking. Not a good prop. Anyway, so this is another way that you can do your pub inspired tables, your little pub tables. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a little centerpiece because I'm all about the centerpieces. And then we'll move on. We'll move on to the next prop. Like I said, this is going to be like a multi-episode. There are so many props that we can do, guys. So many. We have train props, vehicle props. We have paintings. We have all different sorts of stuff. And we're going to go over every single one of them. So it's definitely going to be... And of course, we're always making new props. Every time we're in Town and Glade, we always make new props. And so pretty excited for this series of episodes. Again, for those of you that are watching this outside the live, just first and utmost, I see you. I appreciate you. And I thank you so much for being here. We will be posting these on YouTube. You guys can find me on YouTube under Lou Michelle as well. Yes, you can do paintings in the game. We sure can. And I will be having these as episodes. So this is episode 1. I'll make sure I post it tonight. So it should be uploaded on YouTube as early as tomorrow. It takes a while for it to upload, usually like 24 hours, but it'll be the full episodes that you guys can see from start to finish. The 101 on how to do your floor plan, all the way to the different props that we have been building. And of course, if there's ever a prop that you guys want to see or you have an idea for one, I'm more than happy to take suggestions and see if we can create it. Someone had me create a, Rudy, I believe it was, wanted a popcorn stand. And so we created an old-fashioned popcorn stand. So I'm always happy to see like what we can do. All right, I'm going to add, we're going to do, not that one. This one. Now I want the candles. Now I want the candles. All right, hold on. Let's grab this. I'm going to sink it down. Because I want just the candles, nothing else. Make sure it's kind of lined up. And then we're going to just sink this. Just like that. Bring it down. I'm just making sure nothing's clipping, nothing looks wonky. And it doesn't. I like that. There we go. A simple pub table. Nice. Alright, let's get rid of these extra props. Alright, now paintings. You guys want to see some paintings? Let's do some paintings. Let's go ahead. So with paintings, you're going to be using the wall tool, and it's all about layering the wall tool. And what we're going to do is, now if you're working on a, say for instance, like you're doing your interior, right? If you're working on a foundation, let's just go this way. Just plop a foundation. If you're above ground like this, it doesn't matter if you have pathing underneath. So if we put pathing underneath, I'm going to bring this down. And typically when I do my interior builds, they will be stilted up like this because I need to use both fencing and wall tool. When you have the pathway down, the wall tool is going to create archways, right? So it's going to create these archways. So you need to make sure that if you're going to put padding underneath, just to save you the headache later down the road when you're building your props, that your foundation, your flooring is above what those arches are going to be. Now you can make the arches smaller, you can bring them down, but there's always going to be an arch. So basically we can bring it down like this. And then that way you're not getting the support. Otherwise, when you're making your paintings and stuff, you're going to deal with the support being yay high. And then your wall has to be taller. So for this demonstration, I'm just going to delete the paving, the pathway. We're just going to come over here. Now, again, this is using the wall tool. You can make these as large as you want. And before we get started, I'm going to show you different types of paintings that I've made. So we're going to go look at some other glades and then we'll recreate them in this glade step by step. So the first glade that we're going to go look at is, let's do our library glade. So in this glade, we did a floor to ceiling, 2 different types of murals in this one. Murals, or however you say it, paintings. The first one is going to be over here to the left. This is a style that we use basically the wall tool as well as the fencing tool to outline the painting itself. And then over here to the right, we did the same thing. On a larger scale, we created this painting using the fencing tool to outline it. So that way it looks like this really, really grand table. Oh my gosh. Painting, not table. Painting. They blow you away. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so excited to go through all of these again. I had such a blast. Like, look at this little desk. It's so cute. And then this was a nightmare. The filing cabinets was a nightmare. It's all stair tool. But let's look. I haven't been in this. Oh my gosh. I haven't been in this build in a hot minute. This was like our second build, I think. Maybe third build. This is when I started this was my first interior build, guys. This is my first interior build that I ever did. Like full interior. I did small ones in my winter glade, but this was the one that like we were doing bookshop simulator and we were doing what was it? The tidy up the arcane library. And then I thought, what better way than to create a library? So we created a little library. These bookshelves were definitely a labor of love. I would say the way that I made my bookcases, they're time consuming. I don't know if they're going to be as time consuming for me per se, because I made a bunch of them. But I remember when I was first creating it, they were very, very time consuming. I think I spent a whole entire episode on just the bookcases. And usually my episodes are 3 to 4 hours, depending upon the day. All right, so that is one way of doing paintings. But then you can't make a bookshelf to save your life. I will show you a really simple bookshelf. I will show you. Those are a little bit more detailed, so I totally understand. But I have a way of how you can make a bookshelf that is super simple. Coming over to our next, we have paintings all over the place. Let's go to the pirate port. In the inn that we were just in, we have different types of paintings. So in this one, just coming through here, we created this one using the barrels and we just inlaid them in. I need to go in like bird mode, I think. I don't want to go in walk mode because that takes too much time, but we'll go in bird mode. So we did it this way where we used the fencing tool to kind of create like these little pieces that jut out. Another one where it is just framing it. And you can inlay. I like this one. This one's like a cabinet. It reminds me of a cabinet. Saving the day. Yeah, I promise you. I will show you. I will show you a super, super simple way to do a bookshelf. This is, you can see it better in the other one, but this is a way of doing a painting with flowers. And while we're over here, we might as well go look at those ones. They're in the ranch. The ranch was my full house build. And this one I don't mind going in walking mode. But you'll see this painting here in the living room. We used the wall tool and the stair tool to create this painting, as well as just inlaid some sunflowers. And then over here, another way you can do paintings is you can just use like regular canvas painting, just inlay it like this. You can get real creative and do like 3D art. You can use the foundation itself, and you know how like the vines populate? You can play with that and just create more ambiance with that. This room also has another painting. This one doesn't have one that is framing it, but I believe this room did. So there's different ways that you can do your paintings. There's also, I've seen people do paintings that use windows. And one other glade that we're going to go look at is going to be our winter glade. This was the one I was messing with my train earlier. Let me fix that, guys. Let me fix that. Is the winter glade. Now in here, we made all different types of props. So you see, I'm gonna teach you guys how to do a fire truck, and I'm also gonna teach you guys how to do a carriage, and all the different things that we did. But here, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go into walk mode in this one as well, just because this is so tightly built. Then I think I need to go down a level. You just need to watch you do an entire build. The next entire build, I think, is going to be the Wizard of Oz. I don't necessarily do glades like this anymore. I started with this one. I need to go down one more level. But going forward, I've been focusing more on just like singular building. Wait, wrong way. I need to go this way. I know where I'm going. I remember this glade, guys. I think. Yeah, it's over here. So this glade, I started dabbling a little bit into interiors. Majority of this, 90% of this glade is just structure building. But in here, we built a little cafe. So this is where I started, you know, playing with like the stair tool, the foundation tool. Over here is just a little shed. These are my first interiors. And here is a little bookshelf library. And this is how you're going to create that super simple bookshelf. Super simple bookshelf. And it's still really, really cute. We have our little bar. But yeah, so here's some of the props that we'll be doing as well. This is such a fun... I love this. I love this little town. This town makes me so happy. I haven't been in here in a hot minute either. This is the very first thing I built in this town, was this corner right here. And I'm so proud of it. It came out so pretty. We're sidetracked. We're side questing now, guys. We made these chandelier trees too, which are really, really fun. A different way of doing like a Christmas tree when you guys get to your holiday seasons. One day you can do a tutorial on how you do an interior and explain it like I'm a toddler. Yeah. So I'll be doing that with all of my builds. I typically, like when I'm building, I try to talk through it as much as possible, and I try to be a tutorial like as much as possible. I know sometimes it's hard to talk and play at the same time, but I do my best. And I'm always happy to stop what I'm doing and answer questions if you guys have questions. I'm always happy to like go back and re-show you guys. But let's go ahead and let's go back to our glade that we were working on and start building some of these paintings. All right, so I'm just going to use this dark wall as like a backdrop. The first thing I do is I just section off some wall. I section off some wall, and then I'm going to change it to different colors. I typically like to change it to the plasters. So make sure it has like the plaster on it. We'll do pink, peach, and blue. And the way that you're going to do this is, you see how thick the wall is? What you want to do is you just want to layer this into the wall. And you're going to play around with it a little bit. but you want to make sure it's not clipping on the back side. Just enough where it's clipping on the front side. Okay. And then what I like to do is sometimes the walls are going to be a little bit taller because like I said, you're going to be inside. So the foundation is going to be a little bit off the ground. Then all I do is I add another one. Each layer you can inlay it however you want, as long as it's not poking through the back. And you just play with it. You play with it until you like the style, the design that you have going on. So I'm going to bring this up just a little bit like this. I'm going to make it just a little bit skinnier. I don't want too much pink to poke through. Just like that. So you can leave it like that as just abstract art. Unfortunately, with the wall tool, you're going to sometimes you get vines. Can't always control that. But I don't always mind it because it adds another, it's like 3D art. So what I like to do is I like to inlay objects into it. So what I do to do that is the same theory. You're just going to take your stair tool. You're going to create that floating shelf, that floating block. The way that you do that is you just knock out the supports. You're going to get the sparkles on it, but that's okay because you're not going to see that once it goes into the wall because it's going to adhere to the wall. It's going to remove those sparkles. And then you can add any of these props. You can do, let's say, because it's mainly pink, you can add the flower pot like this one in. I always make sure that the flower pot is on the very, very edge of the block. You want it to be jutting out as much as possible. So that way you can hide the block without hiding the flowers. So you see how it's going to, if you have it centered, you're going to see this block poke out. So you want to make sure that you can sink in that block into the wall without it jeopardizing the flower pot itself. And you always want to make sure that it's not clipping on the back end if your block is too large. So that's essentially what that is. Now you can also add different elements. Like sometimes I like to do multiple flowers. So let's add another one. Let's add, hold on. I don't like it when it does that. Don't do that. Let's add the, oh my goodness, I did it again. I hit the wrong button. Anyone else do that? Like when you're trying to place the stairs and you hit the wrong button and it gives you that little 3-step that you can't do anything with. Yeah, same. Let's use the boxed flower, this boxed flower right here. You can get as fun as you want with this. It's endless creativity at this point. You just layer it to you like it, I'm going to change this block to go, I'm going to make it super skinny like this. And then I need to center this a little bit more. All right, nice. What we're going to do, same thing, is we're going to inlay this into the wall. It's going to poke out just a little bit, but that's okay. Hold on, I need to rotate this. Let's bring this out. I need to rotate this. I could also go this way as well. So if it doesn't work that way, we just rotate it to go this way. And you just want to make sure it's not poking on the end. Need to rotate it again. Hold on. This wall's crooked, that's why. You can make it look like tiered flower pots. Just like that. Jut it out like that. And then sometimes I'll add a table underneath and add candles so it looks like, it can look however you want it to look. The way that I close, if you don't want the floor to ceiling type of painting, the easiest way to frame out your art is to add another wall. So we're going to match the stone. We're going to bring it down. And we're just going to place it right in front. We're going to inlay it in just slightly, just like this. Try to get it as close as possible without it clipping and showing color. And that's basically how you stop the canvas from going all the way down to the floor. And then if you wanted to go a step further, the only way it's going to work is if your foundation is off the ground like this, right? So if we built a painting here, so let's go ahead and create a painting. To outline this with the fencing tool, you need the foundation to be off the ground because it'll make sense. I promise. Because the wall tool is going to create those arches, right? But you also need the fencing tool to create its own arch. And it only does that if you have the pathway down. If you have just grass, you just get regular fence and it doesn't scale to the height that you need it. And it's also pretty wonky. So we want to make sure that we have pathway down so that way we can frame out the painting. So the same theory, we're going to go yellow. Let's do green on this one. Let's change this color as well. Let's make this one bright and cheery. Let's go this lighter color. So same thing. We're going to bring this down. I'm going to raise this up actually. So let's just pretend this is our room. I'm going to layer this in. And then same thing over here. Bring that down. Layer this in. I want to bring this one. Something like that. I like that. We're going to do the sunflower because I think the sunflower look really nice in that one. So I'm just going to grab this prop over here. And we're going to add the sunflower in. Now, I've also seen this with windows. So you can use windows to also create framing. And I can show you that here in just a second as well. The other thing I'm hoping that we get is a copy paste for anything that we build. Like I would love to be able to just kind of like in the Sims game, like you can highlight sections and then copy it, like rooms and things like that. If we could have the same capability, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. I'm gonna go this way. We're gonna rotate it. Again, you want it to be on the very, very edge of the stone as much as possible as it will let you. So that way when you put it in to the wall, you can cover the block as much as possible. Let's just center this like that. And then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna rotate the flower to go this way. There we go. Then with the fencing tool, you're going to be using the wall tool as well. So let's cap off our bottom piece. Just come over here. Let's bring that down. Bring this down. Let's create the wall just like that. Then we're going to use our fencing tool. Thank you so much for all the hearts, guys. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the rose. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Yeah, thank you so much for the rose. How do you say your name? Iro? Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. I'm trying my best. Thank you so much. Oops. So you can use the fencing tool basically to outline it like that. And then what I do is, hold on, let me fix this so it's not. So like that. Then what I do is I add another one at the bottom to just create the bottom piece. So bring it back over. Whoops. Hold on, I need to bring this over. Up just a little bit more. Just a smidge. Bring this down. And I'm going to have this go like this. And there we go. There we have it. So that frames it out. So now it looks like a picture frame. So that's another way you can do a painting. So we have just plain old canvas paint where no framing. And then we have it where you can frame it. Now, another way you can frame is using the wall tool and the stair tool. So again, if we come over here, we can add another style. Same theory. We're going to chop it up, create some color. And I think this one, I'm going to go moody. Let's go a little bit moody. Let's go these colors. Let's go there. Let's add a little bit of this. Thank you so much for the follow, Iro. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in, guys. We are in Tiny Glade, and we are focusing on making props today. We're making all the different types of props that we've used thus far, as well as some new ones as we come up with them. But it's kind of like a little tutorial day on how to. How do you make that? I'm going to bring this one in just a little bit more like this. And then I'm going to inlay a barrel into this one. Kind of like what we did over in our port town. I'm going to remove the support. Same theory, you want the barrel to be on the very, very edge of the block. So that way when you inlay it, the block disappears. Or at least at most, try to make it disappear. And for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the candles going this way. So that way they don't disappear into the wall. So I'm going to have them go in this way. And then we're going to inlay this. Just like that. I'm going to bring it forward. Try to center it as much as possible. We're going to bring it down just a little bit. And I'm pretty happy with that right there. It's not super centered, but now it is. That's as center as it's going to get. And then at nighttime, you at least get your candles. See? So now you have candles. So you can do it with the stair tool and the wall tool. And what I mean by that is, let's go back to daylight. You can use the same theory, create the wall, to cut off the painting, like right here. Let's go yay high. Bring it out just a little bit like a lip. And then what you're going to do is you're going to create more wall. I'm going to cut this. And you're going to outline your painting. And you just want to bring it out so that way it looks like it's framed. just like this. And then you're going to use the stair tool to kind of do the bottom. So you're going to create, whoops. I do this every time with the stairs, guys. Every time. What I like to do is I like to add a little bit of like a wall to it, like the fencing. So you can do the short wall. We'll do the short wall with this one. We're going to make it super skinny, just like this. We're going to delete the support. We're going to change the color so it matches as well. And we're going to bring it up. Kind of like a floating shelf. And all we're going to do is we're going to attach it to the wall. And this is going to create the top lip of our frame. Just like that. And you're going to do the same thing on the bottom. You can also go a step further. Like if you're not liking the matchy-matchy on this, you can just change the color. We can make it this pink color. Or if you want to keep it moody, we can go darker. We can just change it to the darker color. And then we can do the same thing on the bottom. So raise it up. Delete the support. Make it a floating shelf. Bring it over. I'm going to hold on to the control, hit the control button so it doesn't snap. And there you go. Wall tool and stair tool to create the framing of your painting. Canvas, no framing. Or fencing tool to frame it this way. Now, I've also seen people use windows. And I can show you, I believe it's in my other Glade, my winter Glade. There is a building, if I remember correctly, I did a building that had this in mind. It's one of these over here. So you can create different types of stuff behind windows as well. So in here, we did a double wall that created like this little window. You can do the same thing with paintings too. And we also did it down here as well. So it gives you a little bit of like an interior without it actually being an interior. It looks like a window. And then of course over here, we did what we call is like a see-through window. And then if you come through here, you can use this as a way to also look inside buildings if you don't want to do like a full interior. So that is another way that we can do it. So coming back over here, let's just build that. Let's go ahead and build that. How did we do that, guys? So this is using layering of walls. You're going to have your back wall first, and then you're going to build another wall in front of it. Okay. Whatever you put on the back wall, like say, for instance, you want the candle, right? So let's go ahead. Let's grab our candle. We're going to put our candle right here. No. I always hit the wrong button. I do that every time. I always hit the right click instead of the left click. So we're going to put our... No. I should have thought this out. Let's move this wall out of the way. We're going to put our candle right here. Just like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use this wall and we're going to place a window here. Now, when you're using the wall tool, the windows are like they're blown out. So you don't have to worry about the lighting behind them because they're just going to be blown out. So you can make these as large as you want. You can make them like this. You can also change it to be where you have just the square window. Square window works as well. And have it be looked in like this. But typically, I like to use the cathedral windows. just like that. Now you can use the cubby like that and put like color. I typically like to add a light as well. It's almost like a shadow box if you think about it. It's like a shadow box effect. So we add our little lights. We bring this forward. Just like this. Now, typically when I do something like this, there's going to be a wall that comes this way. So what I mean by that is usually it's enclosed. It's part of the floor plan, but like it's just like a feature. You know how like those really fancy houses have like the little shelf that has like the beautiful vase in it or something like that? It's like just a feature shelf in their home. It's kind of creating that, I guess. Like artwork. I don't know. Artwork. So there we go. So then at nighttime, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to the amber lighting because it just makes more sense. We're going to go medium. So then at nighttime, it creates this really, really beautiful glow that obviously doesn't show because this is too far. There it goes. Sometimes it's a little finicky. It's tiny Glade, guys. It's tiny Glade. There it goes. And then look, you get like the flicker and everything. That's so nice. So that's a way to do like little peekaboos. Yeah, I can redo this one. Yeah, for sure. So this one is just, this is like a little peekaboo. So for this one, you're going to be using 2 walls. And basically you start with the back wall. You want to make sure it's tall enough. I like to add the light because I'm all about lighting, guys. And then you start with the back wall. It's just a simple wall. You're going to add your prop in. So we use the candle. And then you're going to add the wall in front of it. So where the candle is showing. Just like this. And then I like to close off the sides. Usually like when I'm doing like an interior build, the sides are going to be closed off anyways because this is usually either the front of the building or it ends up being like inside the building. So it's like butted up against another structure of like a wall or something like that. So then that's essentially what it looks like. And then at nighttime, it will look like this. And this is like, I can show you, I don't know if you missed it in the winter glade, but we can go back to the winter glade where if you're doing a structure build, like say for instance, you don't want to do interior, you just want to do a structure, but you want to do something different. Where was it at? It was up here, wasn't it? How is it that I found it the one time, like easily? Oh, it's right here. I found it. So if you want to do something different with your structure builds without having to do interiors, this is a great way to make it look like it's inside. You're making meatballs? Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I got about another 40 minutes until I can make food. Gonna make a big lunch. I don't know what I'm gonna make yet, but I'm gonna make something. We're gonna cook up something. But yeah, so this is basically what this creates. And it just adds a little bit more dimension to your structure builds and gives you the idea of interior without having it be interior. I feel you. What type of meatballs are you making? Are you making like Italian, Swedish? What are you making? Turkey? Meatball subs? Pasta? Where do I get the inspiration from the towns? So this town was inspired by Christmas Village. I collect Christmas Village stuff now. Because I'm old. I'm 36, guys. But no, my parents had Christmas villages growing up, like, you know, the trains and stuff like that. And so I got the inspiration off of the collectible Christmas towns that I like to collect. And so I decided that I was going to make a Christmas town, a Christmas village, holiday village. And I just got really creative with it. My first glade, which was this one. This is my first ever glade. Brand new day 1 in Tiny Glade. And this one was inspired by just doodling And then this estate, which I guess is a castle, was inspired by a landmark that is actually local around my area. So we recreated that. And then I just kind of started doodling after that. Um, I don't usually have like a plan. Like I have like a theme in my head, but I don't really have a plan. Um, like our port town, I was challenged to do a ship. So Waffle told me he wanted a ship, and so we just made a ship. He gave me like an idea of what type of ship he wanted, which was like a pirate ship, but at the same point, I didn't even go off of the reference photo because I just winged it. I just winged it. I was like, okay, you want this kind of style of ship. And then from there, I just winged it. And then when I was done with the ship, I decided that I just wanted to create more of the Glade. So then we just started doodling lighthouses and taverns and what else would you see in a pirate town? Your husband thinks that you're ancient? No. I love Christmas villages. I love them. I'm like building one right now. It's not overly massive, but it's decent. And they're not like super fancy or anything like that. They're just, and it's very eclectic. It's not like a certain theme or style either. It's just whatever I can get my hands on, I'll get it. Um, Sometimes I just get inspiration from just like the other day, I was on Tiny Glade Discord and someone posted their build, and in their build had a hot air balloon, which was the smallest portion of their build, by the way. They did this massive build, and my brain went straight to the hot air balloon. And then from there, because I just watched the second movie for Wizard of Oz, I was like, you know what? I want to do an Oz theme. So that's our next build. We're going to do an Oz theme. And for that one, I am going to pull inspiration on the castle because I'm not good with castle building. And so I'm going to definitely need a reference photo. But I'm going to go with the OG castle from like the original Oz, not the remake one. And then we did a UFO theme. So we do what I call as Tiny Glade Challenge, and that is where you, the viewers, give me a theme, and then we just do it. So our second Tiny Glade Challenge was sci-fi UFO. So we created a whole scene for a UFO. We have our crop circles, and we have our UFO, and then we have our little farmhouse over here. We have our little lovely barn area. So that was our second challenge. And then our third challenge, you guys might have seen, I did use a mod in it. So bear with me. It's going to look a lot different now with the mod being taken out. But we did the carnival. And that is my most recent build, is this lovely little carnival right here. It's not too bad. We didn't use a lot of the props. As you can see, the cows are no longer there. It is now barrels. No more cows. But it was super cute. We made like these little fishing rods so that way we can do like the little go fish game. Someone mentioned this game, which is where you toss into a bucket. These were pigs, chickens, and cows that were part of like the prizes, but unfortunately the mod switched back. We have our little, this was a windmill at one point. Now it's just a floating, rotating chairs as our Ferris wheel. And then, of course, we have our circus tent that we created using the stair tool and the wall tool. Stair tool, wall tool, and fencing tool. Lots of fencing. So much fencing. So yeah, this was our most recent build for our Tiny Glade Challenge. You need to make a goblin village. Ooh. Spooky season is coming up, and I'm trying to get ideas for spooky season. So one of the other challenges I was given was Secret Garden. And with that, they wanted a maze. And I'm from Ohio. So guys, we have corn mazes. And so I thought it'd be kind of cool to do like a spooky maze build up into like a spooky house or something like that. You adore goblins? Yeah. I thought about doing like Waffle. Waffle's my husband. He's also the moderator over on the Purple app, so he's usually in chat over there. But He wants gnomes inspired. So that's another one. I was thinking about making mushroom houses because I think that would be kind of cute and simple to do as like a mushroom house. So that's one of the other things I have in the back of my mind. And then I'm waiting for the update to do some of the other builds. I've been asked to do a walkable interior train because we did the structural train, but now I want to do like an interior one where from like engine to caboose, you can walk the different cars on the inside. And then the other one was a tree house, but I want to wait for the update on those because I need the wall tool. I need the wooden walls. All right, same theory with the windows though. Let's continue on with our paintings. Now, you can use the double layer wall. Let's go ahead and do it this way. I've seen it done this way as well. This is not my original idea. This is something that I definitely saw someone else do, and I'm just recreating it. So it's not my original idea, but it is another way that you can do artwork in your builds. So we're going to go ahead and change the color. I'm going to do this one in, I really love yellow and green, so we're going to do yellow and green, guys. I'm going to inlay this one just like this. We're going to add a sunflower into the wall. This is also the first time I'm doing this style, so I'm playing with it as well. I think it was Beauty that did it this way. Or I saw her do something similar and was like, oh, I gotta try that because that looks cool. Where she used the window as part of the framing. I think it was her. Okay, pretty happy with that. Let's just inlay this. I'm gonna bring it down just slightly and then we're gonna rotate it. All right, so kind of the same idea. Basically, you're just inlaying the window. I'm gonna go 2 on this window though. But you see how like you can use the window to frame out your little painting? Let me see if I can add a second one. Yeah, we can do the second one. So you can do it like this as well. I've seen it done like this and I think it's so cute. It's so charming. We'll change it to like that color, I think. Let's bring this down. What would the 3 look like? Oh, I like that too. So basically, all it is just layering it in just like this. Oh, that's nice as well. You can layer it into where it's only the frame, just like that. Or you can bring it out a little bit, like I just did here. And have it like, oh, that's so nice. That's so pretty. Look at that little picket fence. That's so cute. I like that. I'm going to move this a little bit more centered. So it's like that. So this is another way that you can do your paintings. You can just double up the wall, and this, it's super simple. You just put a base wall, you add this wall, and you add a window to it. And that's it. That's all you do. And then you can just, you don't even have to have the flower there. You can just use the framing to be the painting itself if you wanted. So this is another way. And I haven't used this style in any of my builds yet. I might do that because that is charming. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, so let me go ahead and move this back actually because we were going to use, hold on. Let me put that there for right now. We were going to use this as a prop. And then we need to add another wall here. Let's bring our window over. Go up onto the window. You know what? That's okay. We'll just delete the window. So we're going to bring this over. I'm assuming you can do it with... Hold on, I got to bring this out just a little bit more. What would this look like if we were to do it with this one? Experimenting, guys. Look how cute. That's cute too. That kind of looks like... Could you imagine if we had... Oh, look how nice that looks. Could you imagine if we had pies? Like, just think about it. You have like this window, right? Little windowsill. Imagine if we had a prop that looked like a pie just sitting there on the windowsill. This is what this is giving me. This is also where I get my inspiration from, guys. Like, I just kind of narrate and then my brain is pretty crazy. My brain is always thinking. So sometimes as I'm doodling, I just come up with like crazy ideas. And then from there, I'm like, let's just build it. I have so much fun in this game. I'm gonna try... I'm gonna bring this up. It'll be really cool if I can like inlay this so like only... I wish I could do it where only like the top is showing rather than the full thing. That'd be kind of cool. Anyways, you guys get the drift. So that's another way that you can do paintings. So we have canvas paint, we have wall and stair tool, we have window, we have box, shadow box style, we have over here framed out with the fencing tool. So these are all the different ways in which you can do paintings, and you can get real creative with the different props that we get. And hopefully in the future we get more props. Hopefully. We get more. Okay. Let's do... What else? What else do we want to make today? Let's do... Let's do some kitchen stuff, shall we? Let's build simple kitchen things. So the first thing we're going to build is a refrigerator because that's super easy to do. I'm going to remove some of the pathway though. Hold on. Not that large. If you don't want your refrigerator being this big, no worries. You can always use the wall tool as well and make it super small. But basically this is how I do it. I start with the base right here and then I add another one on top to do like the freezer. Like old school refrigerator here. So this is what we do. I'm going to bring this down just a little bit. Because we want to keep the lip on that. We definitely want to keep the lip on that. And then I need to remove that right there. I'm going to bring this down just a tad bit because it'd be looking a little large. All right, nice. So this is kind of essentially a refrigerator, a very massive chef refrigerator. And then all I do, there's two ways that you can do a handle. The first way is to use the anvil, the prop. So all you do is you delete this. Not that. Delete the support only. You're going to grab a prop. I'm going to just grab a random one right here. And you know the blacksmithing anvil thing? Yeah, we're going to use that. This thingy. See this thingy? You can get real creative with this thingy. I've seen people make signage which is, I personally haven't done that. I think that's a little too tedious for me, where you like use this little blip that sticks out. I'm gonna just keep this here for right now. But yeah, basically what you do is you put it on a stair and then you're just gonna sink it in. And the only thing that pokes out is this tiny, tiny little thingy. And it kind of looks like a handle. I need to rotate it. I need to rotate it this way. So this is a real simple way on how to do like a handle. Bring it down. Just like that. Another way to do it is you can use the stair tool and you can make a ladder out of it. And with that, you can create... Well, you can go real simple and you can do just this. Honestly, you can just create like one of like the long bar handles. If you wanted. Hold on. This is so sensitive. Stop it. Stop it. I need to remove the thingy. You're gonna get the sparkles with it though. But if you don't mind sparkles, it's all good. Actually, no, you shouldn't get the sparkles because it's gonna adhere to the foundation. Never mind. I know what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness. Alright, don't touch it. We're good. But anyways, you can use this as kind of like the handle. And then if you want, you can always change the color. So that way it looks a little bit different from the rest of the refrigerator. So you can tell that it's a handle. Another way is to use the same style of making a ladder. But instead of it having it be a post, you make a block. So you just delete the support and then you bring this down. And you condense it down to a little block just like this. And then you can put this in and have it look like a handle this way as well. So these are different ways in which you can do handles. Which I think is kind of cool. So coming over this way, we'll put this one just for reference in the future. You can use the anvil as your handle. Again, you want it all the way on the edge, just like that. And you just sink it in. Try to sink it in. Oh my goodness. I don't know why it's showing the floatiness. It should adhere to the foundation, but it didn't. But anyways, those are 3 different ways on how you can do a handle. Another way you can do a horizontal handle, and I can show you that as well, is also with the stair tool. Making it into a longer plank, kind of like we did like that little square using the ladder. But this time, you're going to make it into a long plank. And the only thing I have to say about this is that the stair tool is very sensitive. So, I'm just fair warning you now. For those of you that are just starting out in Tiny Glade, the stair tool is very, very sensitive. Okay. So you make it however wide you want. It does max out on a certain width though, but you can make it look kind of like one of these type of, like a drawer, I guess. If you think about like a freezer drawer, like those fridge on top, freezer on the bottom, chest type things. I'm trying to highlight this. Rotating this is so hard. Nope. I almost had it. We got this. I believe in us. Hello. Hello. You know what? Perfect. So these are all the different ways you can do handles. You can do horizontal, you can do vertical, or you can do like a little nub, like a little handle looking thing. Knobs. Is that what they're called? Knobs? I think they're called knobs. Sinks. How do we do a sink? There are two ways I do sinks. One, well, I want to say they're both kind of detailed. The first one I use is the bucket. I use the bucket, which I would have to say for me, like probably not my most favorite way of doing a sink. I think like the reason why I use the bucket is just because I like the idea of having the water and the sponges in it. And there are actually, I built these in 2 different glades. We can go look at them and then we can create them. I feel like we're going to be using a lot of going back and forth. So this bucket right here, we're going to be using this bucket right here. And before I show you, I'm going to load in where we use the bucket at, which is, again, our house in the bathroom. So coming into our bathroom, which is over this way, we created this style sink. So this is what basically we're going to be creating now. And it's using the bucket, the wall tool, and the stair tool. So this is one style, and it's kind of like a farm style sink. And then in the other glade that I had, which is our port town, our pirate town, in the tavern. Wait, where is it? Is it this one? Yes, it's this one. Let's come over this way into our tavern. We created these style sinks. This is using fencing tool, wall tool, and stair tool. So there's different ways that you can do it. You can make it look like a little bit more realistic if you want to use like the bucket with the water, or you can do it this way using the fencing tool to create your water. So we have those 2 different styles. I would say that the fencing tool is probably the easiest. It's less steps, but they're both kind of detailed oriented. So let's come back over here. So the way that I do it is first I create the base. Creating the base is I just put down stair. So we use the stair to make our counter. So this is our countertop. Then what I do is for the one version, hold on, I need to add another stair. I add another stair so I can sink in the bucket. Hello. So put this over here. Because it's stair and stair, I'm going to hold down control so it doesn't clip. It's going to wanna... I'm going to sink it down just so that way we still have the water and we don't lose it. Because if I go too far, you see how like it starts to show. So we want to sink it down about halfway. So it still shows the bucket of water. But now we got to use the wall tool. Now this is the tricky part because using the wall tool, if I have pathing underneath it, it's going to create those supports that we talked about. Now sometimes if I am off the terrain, like if I'm elevated off of it, it won't matter. But it's definitely going to want to build some form of archway. This is as low as it gets. And usually that's more than enough. I don't mind it having a little bit of that, but when you're making it like singular like this, you're going to see the support come through. Now, a way that we can fix it is just by raising up the counter, but I don't really want to raise up the counter because that's just more steps. So what we're going to do is we're going just to remove the pathway. We're just going to remove it. And then we're going to bring our wall back. So we no longer have that support there. We're going to change this to be the silver, the gray, the light gray. And all we're going to do is we're going to make this super skinny. And we're going to start outlining the bucket. Now this is where it gets tedious because you have to place all these individual wall pieces. Unfortunately, unlike the stair tool, we're not able to like make this wall piece go lengthwise, which is sad. I feel like we should be able to like stretch it out a little bit. So we're going to cut this up a bunch of times. I'm going to bring this over just like this. Also, the wall tool can be a little bit sensitive as well. So you just got to be patient with it. It's going to want to fight you a little bit. But you always win. So it's all good. So I'm going to actually bring this down just right above the lip of the bucket. Just like that. And this is with both styles as well. We outline it this way with both ways. So the other way is just without the bucket. It's the same thing, just without the bucket. Oh, you're back. Hello. Come this way. This way. Over here. Good job. How about a little bit further? You good? Don't turn around. You happy over there? Okay. I'm going to put this one just slightly more this way. Just like that. Okay. And I might make this one slightly thicker just because I want to cover up that handle as much as possible. I'm going to bring this one over. I think this will also be really cool when we get the wall tool that has the wooden walls, because if you do it this way, the wooden walls are going to basically hopefully match in with this bucket, and then it's going to just look like a wooden sink, which I think would be cool. I am pretty excited for the wooden walls. Go. Bring that down. And then one more. close it off just like this. And bring that in. So that's essentially like the sink itself with the water in it. Typically, I like to go a little bit lower than this. So, but just for demonstration purposes, we're just going to leave it like that. Then what I do is I add another wall piece on the back end. This is going to create like the faucet. So I create it like this on the back end. And I bring it down to like a single height stone. And then what I do is I use the stair tool and I create that little block like we did from when we were making handles. And the way that I do that is you just create a ladder. Bring it up. Delete the support. And then you're just going to condense this down to a block. Try to at least. Hold on. I need to like... Whoa, where'd the camera take me? Okay, hold on. I need to like... That as low as it's going to let me. Huh. Sometimes I feel like I can get a little bit lower than that. Okay, that's as low as it's going to get me. Anyways, we're going to bring our block over. And this acts like a faucet almost. Yeah, you see how like, I don't know if I like that. Because it should be like this block. I don't know why it's not letting me condense it. Maybe it's, this is the issue maybe. I don't know. Is it, oh wait, maybe it's this. Here we go. I needed to condense it more. Okay. So our regular block, just like this, we put that into the wall and that creates almost like the little faucet arm. Wait, hold on. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. This is also very, very sensitive. Hold on. Here we go. Perfect. Don't touch it. But we got to. We gotta, yeah, you know what? It's all good. Nice. Perfect. So then what we're going to do is we're going to use the fencing. We're going to change this to blue. Because this is going to act like flowing water. I'm going to make this like a single. And that's okay if there's no pathway because you can still do single. And bring this up. I'm going to rotate it this way though. And we inlay it just like that. So now it looks like flowing water. Now I'm not going to do the box around it, but I am going to show you how I do the fence water. So basically you just bring it down. And I'm going to add a little bit of pathing just to make it look a little bit better. I'm going to bring this down. Okay. Is it lost forever? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let's bring it to the height that we want first. 1 second. And then we're going to bring it down. Nice. And then we're going to add another one. And we're going to change the color of this one. And we're going to make it the light wood again. Because the idea is we want to just place this in. Wait, hold on. Did I not add pathway? Surely I did. But sure. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing as we do with the paintings. We're just going to layer it in. Can I go any shorter than that? Hello. That's too short. Bring that up. So we're gonna inlay it. We're gonna layer it in. I need to go down just a smidge. Something like this, right? And then we're gonna do another layer. I'm gonna cut this as well. I would say that sinks are pretty time consuming. I would say they can be on the tedious side for sure. And it's not even that they're hard. The issue is the collision. As you can see, I'm fighting with the fence tool right now because I'm looking for, see this scaler right here? I need this one. And this one is, for whatever reason, is like the bane of my existence. It never wants to show up for me. Does not support me. Okay. Do is I'm gonna bring this down just like this. I need to add this one. I grab onto this one. I like how it highlights it, but it doesn't give you the options to do anything with it. So that's okay. I'm gonna bring this down. We'll add another one. Right here. Just like that. Add another one. And it's all just layering, guys. That's all it is. Happy little layers. There's no mistakes. Doesn't have to be perfect. I truly believe like it's impossible to make anything ugly in Tiny Glade, to be honest. Let's just add this one in. Oh no, we lost it. Come back. Bring it over here. This one. That's way too low. Bring it up. Way too low again. Way too high. Oh my goodness. We happy now? Are we good now? Okay, I want to add like one more white one in, if I can. I'm gonna do, change this color. There we go. We'll just do it. Maybe something like that. Okay, so then we're going to pretend that we have the wall pieces surrounding it, and then the same theory. We're just going to create that back faucet. Just like this. Hold on. I got to delete some of the paving. Oh, wish me luck. Okay, got this. We got this. We got this. How close can we get? You know what? Not bad. It's not bad at all. I'll take it. I will take it. Nice. And then we're just going to use our little stair tool again. We're going to create that little faucet. We're going to delete the support. Ooh. Hello. Bring this down. And then we're going to bring it over. That's okay. It's all right. It's having a moment. It wants to be like that. So I'm gonna make this a little bit thicker. And then we're gonna add our fence in, our blue fence, to be like water. And bring it down. Bring it down. Down you go. No, that was... Hold on. I hit the wrong thing. Okay, let me... You go down. My goodness. There we go. Nice. So essentially this is how you do two sinks. You do one with the bucket with the water and the sponges in it. And then you do one without the bucket and you just use the fencing tool and you just clip it in until you like what you see. And that's pretty much what that is. So I think we got pretty far today in the terms of prop building. We went a little bit over the different views of single wide versus 1.5 versus 2 and what is the best option for interior building. We did a little bit about like how to create doorways to get inside your interior builds. We also did a little bit of paintings, different ways you can do paintings to add a little bit more color to your builds. We did a little bit of kitchen making. We'll continue that in our next episode. Tons of tables, so many table options, guys, as well as different ways on how to do beds, as well as seating. And I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to end it there for today. I thank you, everyone who came in and watched the stream today. These episodes will be also posted as VODs on YouTube. If you guys happen to miss the live, they will be available to reference on YouTube under Luma Shell as well. Just a quick moment. I'm going to thank everyone who watched the stream. Thank you to all the followers that came in, to all the chatters that came in. Thank you for the gifters, as well as subscribers on all platforms. I really do appreciate it. And I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of the day. I will see you guys all tomorrow. We'll be in Windrose, which is the survival farming simulator game that we're playing, the RPG that we're playing. And then on Friday, we'll be back in Water Park Simulator because there's the big update happening and we're going to go check that out. So thank you guys all again. And I will see you all in the next one. Okay. Bye-bye.